cases. The presenter? Okay.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable AG. Good morning, sir. Good morning, Permanent Secretary. Good morning. Our facilitators, thank you so much for coming in early. We enjoyed the presentations yesterday, and today we are continuing with what we built on yesterday. And today is the second day, and I know we are going to make very good use of our time, even though we're already 30 minutes behind, 24 minutes behind schedule, but we're going to make it up as we go along. Okay. Thank you very much. Milord, sir, we welcome you to joining us this morning. We are very happy you are here with us because it makes us complete to know that we have the judiciary right here with us. Thank you so much for coming in early. Also, the AIG, sir, we are welcome, sir. Thank you so much. And we're going to, as if we settle down, we can start quickly. So what we're going to look at this morning is comparative analysis on global trends and best practices in SGBV cases. And to do that, we are going to have an international perspective issues because that is what we are going to be comparing. And of course, we are going to have a panel discussion after that. So it's important to listen very clearly. And to make this presentation, we have Kesani Motileni, who is a human rights activist from South Africa. And yesterday we saw how she gave us another new perspective on intersectional feminism in fighting SGBV. Opener, and indeed, he showed a new horizon on how to actually make good success in this area. So thank you so much. We are going to have Kesani make her presentation first. After that, we are going to have Grace Wezi-Jere. Grace Wezi-Jere is a human rights lawyer also from the Human Rights Commission in Malawi. So it's our international perspectives we are going to have this morning. So with a round of applause, please assist me to welcome Mrs. Kesani Motileni. Her profile is on page 12. Page 13 of your brochure.
Please, can we settle down? The presentation is about to start. Please. Good morning, distinguished guests. My name is Kensani Mutileni, as Yubel alluded to, and I'm an attorney at the Women's Legal Center.
Because of the lies, they just took the lies.
Unfortunately, it's very difficult making a presentation when everyone else is having a side meeting. So I'll just wait a bit for everyone to settle down and then I'll begin my presentation. Okay, thank you. So with regards to comparative analysis of global trends, what we have noticed is that there are actually more cons than actual pros, right? And the reason why we say that there are actually more cons than pros is that most countries at face value look as if their laws are very progressive. And when we're talking about sexual violence or gender-based violence, it usually affects poor black women, as I've said yesterday in my presentation. And these women are usually based in rural areas and in informal settlements and townships, right? So when these people live in informal settlements and townships, they usually do not report any crimes. Whether it's murder, whether it's SGBV, they don't report anything. So whatever the Minister of Police in South Africa presents as statistics, as crime stats, as he does every quarterly, that is not a true reflection of what is actually happening on the ground, right? Because people do not have access to police stations. There is no visibility of law enforcement of any kind. So therefore, whatever you might be reading about South Africa could not be a true reflection until you actually engage the people on the ground. And hence the importance of having public interest litigators who are actually able to go on the ground and engage people and see how they can find ways, sustainable ways to ensure that everybody realizes and knows that they have a right to actually report any violent crime. But the biggest trend that also informs the work that we do has been the Me Too movement. We saw how the Me Too movement moved from America and it trickled down to Africa. And the moment it reached South Africa, we called it Am I Next? So in South Africa, as a black woman, my life is in danger all the time. So as I stand here, about 5 people in my life have my direct location because men in South Africa kill for the fun of it, right? So femicide is very, very high. You don't even have to be in an intimate relationship with a man for them to kill you. They don't even need a reason to kill you. And we find that to be very problematic. And as a result of the Am I Next movement, which was started by Me Too movement in America, our president had a presidential GBV summit where he invited different stakeholders like civil society, corporate, judiciary, the NPA, South African Police Services into one room and said, okay, let us talk. What is the actual problem and how do we resolve these issues? And as a result, the president made a promise that he was going to ensure that our 3 GBV acts are amended so that they can reflect the lived realities of people in South Africa, as well as tighten the laws where necessary. So in doing this, it's also very important to just take a step back. So in South Africa, if you're going to report anyone of domestic violence, in terms of this, it's dealt with in terms of have is to go have an interdict against them. And once they breach the conditions of that interdict, am I then allowed to go open an assault case? So that has been very problematic for us, and with the movement and with engaging the Presidential Summit Committee on this, now the President has found a way that women should get criminal justice recourses instead of going to just get a mere interdict. Because as you might know, even if you get an interdict in terms of the Domestic Violence Act or the Protection from Harassment Act, you will still get killed with that protection order in your hand. So there is nothing that is actually changing the behavior of these people. But with all the negatives that I've alluded to in my presentation, it's also very good to note that there are best practices that we have. So our common law in South Africa with regards to sexual violence and crimes has been adequately developed. So for example, in South Africa, we recognize marital rape, right? Whereas before that, it was totally against the law to say that your husband has raped you in any way. But now women in marriages and relationships have the liberty and are allowed to go and open rape cases against their partners. And these partners end up being prosecuted when the evidence is actually available. And the other second thing is that in our constitution, there's section 12 that is embedded in the constitution, which actually says that each and every person has a right to be free from violence, right? And with this, whenever you are fighting against the state, you are able to claim this constitutional right and say that the Constitution says I have a right to live free from violence and hate. Why is that not the case? So this section has helped develop how the courts actually deal with sexual violence and GBV cases. But more than anything, we have after the Constitution, we have legislation. And this legislation has broadened the definition of rape. So instead of having that one-dimensional rape definition, rape has been widely defined. It also includes like someone putting objects into your mouth, using their hands. Even men are now allowed or have provision to go lay rape charges against women that violate them. And I think one of the best things about the laws that we have, I must say that it's our Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act. The beauty about this piece of legislation is that it is very detailed. So the prosecuting authority, the magistrate or judge, even defense counsel can never ever second guess what the legislature intended. It is clear in black and white what needs to happen. And through this, the Minister of Justice had a special committee that had to sit and investigate what is it that the judiciary and the executive are doing wrong? What do we need to focus on? And through MATSO, there was a recommendation that there has to be legislative framework. So in this legislative framework, it made it a point that we improved our specialized courts. And now in South Africa, we have numerous sexual offences courts. So these are designated courts that only deal with sexual offences and related matters, as opposed to going through the normal magistrate court, because we've noticed that there's a lot of backlog in these cases and that judges did not have time. So now we have designated sexual offences court, and these sexual offences courts are actually designed with the victim in mind, right? This is to ensure that at no point does the victim actually experience secondary victimization during the process. So even, I mean, it is so detailed that they even tell you the color of the couch that you need to have in a waiting area, right? Taking into consideration, like they use neutral colors. Like they will not use colors like red, for example, because red could be triggering to the victim, for example, because red is the color of blood, depending on what had happened to you. So MATSO and the recommendations have been very, very intentional and had the victim, it was very, very victim-centered, more than any other piece of legislation. So it's got clear legislation, it's got clear regulation, and what it also does is that it gives us a blueprint And the blueprint with this legislative framework is that the courts have to have specialized personnel. So in each sexual offences courtroom, there has to be 2 prosecutors. There has to be at least 2 legal aid services. There at least has to be a trained judge, and the judge or the magistrate has to have adequate training in sexual offences and GBV annually. So they're very clear on that. Even the staff that interacts with these victims, they have to know and understand the mandate, and they have to go for constant training. Then we also have specialized services. So these are court support programs and victim support programs. This ensures that the court staff are always in the know and that they're moving with the different laws and how the law evolves in our communities. The law also makes provision for specialized infrastructure, right? So the infrastructure, there is no sexual offences court that does not have CCTV cameras, for example. There's witness waiting rooms, there's victim waiting rooms. So they've even made it a point that even if a victim is a major and they do not feel comfortable testifying in open court, that provision has been made for them. And these are one of the best things that I can say that we have in South Africa. And I think more than anything, it's also the fact that the Constitutional Court in most of the gender-based violence cases has recognized that violence against women is a barrier to equality. And that is something that people do not realize and recognize. And hence, yesterday I spoke about the importance of intersectionality, because through applying the intersectional lens, you are then able to actually come to the conclusion that actually violence has many barriers, and one of the main barriers is your right to substantive equality as a victim. And the regulations under the Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act also has directives for the National Prosecuting Authority. It also has directives for the South African Police Services. So the prosecuting authorities, like, they are told that this is how you need to behave, this is how you need to conduct yourself in rape cases, and that is very important. Should any public prosecutor deviate from what the legislation says and their conduct, then they can be taken for a hearing and a complaint can be made against them. Same thing as the South African Police Services. We have the National Police Instructions to say that this is how the South African Police Service is supposed to act as the first responders, because in most cases, when someone is sexually violated and assaulted, the first point of call is the police station. So it's mandatory for our men, our law enforcement, to act accordingly. Then the other beautiful thing that came from the Minister of Justice's recommendations was that we have FCS units. So an FCS unit is a Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences unit. So what then happens here is that if someone has been violated and the crime falls under sexual violence, this specific unit is tasked with that investigation, right? Even if you go to the police station, they will then send you to, they'll take a police car and drive you to the designated police station that has an FCS unit, because that specific police station has a unit that is trained, specifically trained to deal with these matters. We also have Tutuzela centers. We call them TCCs. So TCCs are centers that are attached to either a police station or a public hospital. So as soon as a rape victim arrives, they are then taken to this Tutuzela center. So the police officer will then drive them to the Tutuzela center. Tutuzela just means comfort in English. It's a vernacular name. So it just means like, how do you comfort the victim, right? So when you get to the Tutuzela center, that is where you're going to get your rape kit done. You'll be then given medication. But most importantly is that you need to sign a consent form for everything to take place. So it is not the discretion of the nurse or the social worker that you make contact with. You, as a person that has been violated, you have agency, and consent is a very, very important part in everything. So the victim has to consent, and through that consent, the victim has a choice to either immediately file lay charges, Or they could ask the Tutuzela centers to do the medical assessment and keep the file. So in South Africa, you could only lay a rape case up to about 10 years after it happened. But after the Constitutional Court heard a matter by the Teddy Bear Clinic, they have said that women are now allowed to lay rape cases even for, like, you can wait for 100 years, and when you're ready after 100 years, you can go and lay that rape complaint. So Tutuzela centers act as a place of storage, especially for the medical evidence. They wait for you as the victim to say that I am ready. And this is particularly important, right? Because, and this is a great victim-centered approach, because in most cases, when women are raped, society expects women to act and respond in a particular way. We have people that can openly talk about rape, for example, on social media, to say XYZ has raped me, has assaulted me on social media. And the first thing that people will always say will say, have you gone to the police station? Have you laid a charge, right? What were you wearing? So those kind of conversations are taken out completely. Even with the prosecuting authority, they have been warned greatly that they should not ask a victim of a rape case what they were wearing, because you don't get, a rapist rapes people, not the clothes that you're wearing, and we need to distinguish that. And that obviously changes the culture that we have in our society, in our communities, to say that just because someone is wearing revealing clothes, I am entitled to their body, I am entitled to sexually violate them. So that is how the Minister of Justice in his report seeks to redress all these societal stereotypes and issues and then filter them into the law. We also have what we call Kusela One-Stop Center. So Kusela means protect. It's a one-stop center, and this is mainly a shelter. So if you've been raped and you don't feel safe to go back home, they will provide a place of safety for you or take you to an alternative safe place. They provide social services for you, counseling for you. They even have paralegals on standby who are ready to give you any legal advice you might need to consider whatever options you have yourself. But I must actually say that with all of this, it all sounds great and impactful, but the implementation is so bad. As great as and as progressive South African laws might actually be, the implementation is really, really bad. Where courts actually implement, it is perfect, it is great, and the victims get the justice that they wish and that they want. But the moment that all these things are not complied with, it becomes the biggest hurdle, and then the biggest hurdle then leads us into having things like the Kailicha Commission of Inquiry. So we have actually had a judicial inquiry into why a certain area is so violent and why so many people are actually dying each and every day. But all these things could have easily been avoided if everybody got the training they needed. And the other biggest hurdle to our implementation of all these good practices in the country is allocation of state resources. And that is something that we don't talk about enough, that we don't talk about more. That is also why it is important for us to encourage reporting of rape cases, because accurate data ensures that the Minister of Police, the Minister of Justice tables recommendations to the National Treasury to ensure that resources are allocated, to ensure that Tutuzela centers, Kusela centers, as well as SCS units are fully functional, right? Because all these units I spoke about related to like who are solely mandated for sexual offenses, they are cutting down the resources. They're supposed to be functioning 24/7, but they're no longer doing that. It's a 9-to-5 situation because the government is not allocating more money into them. But it's the same government that says we recognize that there's a sexual violence and a high spike of GBV cases in the country. So it is very, very important for us to find a way how we can capture accurate data and let that data be translated into an allocation of resources. But also the other most important thing is training. A lot of people take for granted the training that they have got, and it's very, very important to focus and put as much resources into training, because training results into best practices, and best practices result into effective results and effective justice for the people that you claim you are serving. So that is also very, very, very important. Yeah, I think that's the end of my presentation. I'll hand over to Grace to share about Malawi. Thank you.
Good morning. In Malawi, we say mulibwanji. Yes, then you say tilibwino kainuyo. So I'm yet to learn, of course, in Nigeria. I know you've got so many states and so many languages, but I'm hoping that before I leave, I'll be able to also say good morning or a greeting. But greetings from Malawi. My name is Grace Jerry. I am a human rights lawyer with the Human Rights Commission. The Human Rights Commission is a national human rights institution established by the Constitution of Malawi and enabled by the Human Rights Commission Act, and has also further mandate under the Gender Equality Act and the Access to Information Act. As Human Rights Commission, our mandate is very wide and broad in terms of investigating human rights violations and human rights violations, promoting human rights and protecting human rights in Malawi. We operate under thematic functions as aligned to regional and international human rights instruments. So we have 5 directorates: gender and women's rights, where I'm in, civil and political rights, child rights, economic, social and cultural rights, elderly and disability rights as well. And we have a corporate services directorate. As a Human Rights Commission, as I said, our work is very broad, but today I'll concentrate on our work on sexual gender-based violence. So our issues, I think, having listened to presentations yesterday and today, I think our issues in Malawi, in Nigeria, in South Africa, and in other parts of Africa are very similar. They are not really different. So for instance, in Malawi, we have a lot of physical violence, especially domestic and intimate partner violence, verbal abuse, a lot of rape and defilement cases in Malawi. And I think the one that is a new phenomenon, even though it's been happening, but more people are reporting now, sexual harassment in the workplace. So like Ketsane said, we also have progressive laws on paper, a lot of good policies. For instance, we have the Gender Equality Act, which is, we like to call it recent, but 2013 is not really recent, is it? So Gender Equality Act, which has now defined sex discrimination, has provided for sexual harassment in the workplace, and the provision of sexual harassment policies in all workplaces, and has given the Human Rights Commission the mandate to actually monitor such policies and whether they're working or not. We have the Deceased Estates Wills, Inheritance and Protection Act, specific on deceased estates. I think the biggest problem we had in Malawi, probably still do, is that of property grabbing. But with the coming in of this act, it has actually seen a decrease in property grabbing cases, especially in the northern region of Malawi, where there's a practice of patrilineal systems rather than in the southern region. We have the Prevention Against Domestic Violence Act, the Trafficking in Persons Act, the Child Care Protection and Justice Act, just to mention a few. Right now, with the Marriage, Divorce and Family Relations Act, we've seen at least better handling of marriage disputes in Malawi. But one area that is still lacking and people are still reporting is that of marital rape. A lot of people disagree that marital rape cannot happen. They say once you've consented to being married, you've agreed to everything. So, but then there are people who still report that they've been raped in marriage. So the Marriage, Divorce and Family Relations Act, however, recognizes rape where there's judicial separation. So at least some conversation there, and it has incited more debate on whether we need to include marital rape in our laws. We have provision of child justice courts in all districts in Malawi, but just like Kesane said, they are not, they're supposed to have CCTV camera, they're supposed to have private rooms to allow for in-camera sessions, but when you go to actually remote areas, you find that that actually does not happen. So children are still made to testify in open court, even where the offenses are that of are sexual in nature. So like I said, we have the Deceased Estates Wills Inheritance Protection Act. However, administration of these is still a bit difficult here and there, especially where we're talking of interstate property. The Gender Equality Act now prohibits or criminalizes sexual harassment. So, like I said, more people are reporting sexual harassment now. We have a recent case, that of Tamara Kaboa, where new jurisprudence has been set for both employers and persons or perpetrators of sexual harassment. So for employers, they can also be held to account for not putting in place procedures or sexual harassment policies in order to prohibit or to deal with or handle sexual harassment in workplaces. So for instance, in this case, Motor Angel was actually fined and they had to pay compensation to Tamara Kaboa for not putting in place a sexual harassment policy. This followed after one of the employees repeatedly tried to rape Tamara Kaboa. So following this case and a case that the Human Rights Commission investigated against the Malawi Broadcasting Corporation, where their Director General, over a long period of time, also sexually harassed some female employees. We found that he was also liable to the provisions in the Gender Equality Act. So following our recommendations, now the Director of Public Prosecutions has actually instituted a case against him. It's ongoing, so I actually won't say much about it, but it has opened up a lot of cases. A lot of people are now reporting incidents of sexual harassment. So for instance, I think since 2021, the Human Rights Commission has received over 25 allegations of sexual harassment, which we are investigating and hoping that will conclude for prosecution. So we work with other stakeholders, and other stakeholders work with us as well. There is a bit of coordination and collaboration. Hospital, so a lot of survivors do access hospitals. We have youth-friendly sexual reproductive health rights departments in all referral hospitals, and one-stop centers as well. But unfortunately for the one-stop centers, I think we only have about 6 operating, and yet they should have been scaled out across the 28 districts. Now, nevertheless, we have seen that the use of one-stop centers is a good practice because it does not require a victim of sexual gender-based violence to keep hopping from one office to another trying to seek services. For instance, counseling, having to register their statement with the police. So them being together, this will be the social worker, the police, and legal aid bureau. They also have an officer present. Then there's coordination in the work that they do in order to provide support to the victim. So we encourage this, and we are hoping that Malawi government will be able to scale up the one-stop centers across all the districts. And training has also been a good practice, training all law enforcement officers and health officers as well on sexual gender-based violence and the obligations that Malawi has made at domestic level, regional level, and international level. So some of them have been able to change the way that they handle SGBV victims, for instance, in how they interview them, so that their questions are not re-victimizing them. For children, it means making sure that they don't take them back to, most of the times it's a relative or someone they know that has defiled them or sexually harassed them, so they don't take them back to their homes. Rather, now the victim support units, they have shelters where they keep these children maybe for about a day or so until social welfare officers are able to identify someone that will be able to keep the children until the matter has been prosecuted. However, I should mention that this does not always work the way that it should. Political interference, especially for perpetrators who have political attachments, will find that social workers also bend to either corruption or political will, and the child ends up going back home, and the case just keeps dragging and dragging. So there now, there is need for follow-up from, for instance, as a national human rights institution, civil society organizations to hold hands and keep government accountable. So we use advocacy methods as well, engaging the media so that it's blown out of proportion and they know that someone is following up. So this has assisted in law enforcement agencies and social welfare officers to align with the law so that they are not seen to flout the law. All right, another aspect to the healthcare services, the provision of post-exposure prophylaxis, PAPE. This has been going on well, but once in a while we do come across cases where those services have not been provided. So we're talking about re-victimization and why people don't report such cases. So in some cases we find that, the PEP has not been provided, and what do we call that drug to prevent pregnancy? And you find that it has not been provided as well, and the victim ends up being pregnant and catching STIs. So, for instance, I'll talk about the Msundwe case. It's a popular case in Malawi where it was alleged that police officers raped and sexually assaulted 17 women and girls during a demonstration. So the court found that in a civil case, the court found that the police officers were liable. However, during the investigation, we were able to find out that because the reporting happened a day after, I think 72 hours had already passed before it became known that a sexual assault had occurred. So by the time we were on the ground trying to find out whether support services were provided, including PEP and prevention of pregnancy, it was found that nothing had been done, even though some police officers had been informed and civil society organizations had been on the ground on the day that it happened. get used to the communities, and they stopped functioning professionally. So when they get to know some of the perpetrators, they end up not doing their job correctly and flouting procedures. So I think there is need for the commission recommended to government that there should be frequent rotation of such police officers so that they don't get used to the communities. Also develop guidelines on the management of sexual assault. These have been developed by the police service so that they know how best to handle SGBV cases. But like I said, go back to the Msundwe case, they themselves were the perpetrators. So it means there has to be constant training of police officers. I'm sure in Nigeria you also have the police college or training schools. So in Malawi we have something similar, and they have a module on human rights. But then the problem is that some people enter the system corruptly. They don't go through the college. So some of those are the ones who are perpetrators. So there's constant need as well to fight corruption so that the system moves accordingly. All right, the judiciary, I think the judiciary is very important in terms of interpretation of the laws and ensuring that what we are discussing or what has been put in the law comes to pass. The judiciary in Malawi, we have, I think, we have the Supreme Court, the High Court, the Magistrate Courts, and we have a Constitutional Court as well. For the High Court, they have a Family and Probate Division, which handles sexual, gender-based violence cases. Like I said, we have the Child Justice Courts as well. And yeah, now the problem with the magistrate courts, we have professional magistrate courts who are trained, but then we have lay magistrate courts. So lay magistrate courts, we have the 4th grade, 3rd grade, 2nd, and 1st. These ones are not trained, and they are the ones in the rural areas. And that's where most of the SGBV cases happen. Now, most of the times, the punishments that they give are limited according to jurisdiction. And most of them, because of lack of training, they have a gender stereotype or a gender bias. Not to say that some of the judges in the High Court don't have a gender bias, they do as well. But most of the cases that we have observed as having problematic attitudes in terms of SGBV are in the lay magistrate courts. So the Commission and other stakeholders have been pushing government to abolish the lay magistrates. Of course, our brothers will lose jobs, but we are looking at the betterment of the people in Malawi. So right now, we have made progress, and the government accepted to start the abolishment process in phases. They've agreed to start abolishing the 4th grade magistrates. Of course, we are still discussing with government on how they can ensure that the professional magistrates are able to stay in rural areas, because most magistrates do not want to stay in the rural areas. So it's about ensuring that their remuneration is good, or their perks are good, so that they're able to stay in the rural areas and provide the necessary services. On compensation, I think of punishments, it is only now, after a lot of engagement with the judiciary, that they're now meting out stiffer punishments. In the past, I think, especially during COVID, we noticed that there were a lot of rape and defilement cases. And because of the lay magistrates, some of the sentences would be maybe 3 years, you know. So imagine for a rape case, someone's getting 3 years. You know, I mean, for a defilement case, it doesn't make sense. So now there are stiffer punishments. Judges have taken lead as well in meting out stiffer punishments, like 45 years. I think that's been the latest. And then we have compensation. Like I said, the Msundwe case has really set a standard. Even though the criminal aspect of that case has not proceeded, it is still stalling, obviously because of political reasons. The civil case proceeded and the women were granted compensation. So I think they were given in total 160,000 US dollars, depending on the severity of the actions. Some were given between 6,000 to 12,000 US dollars. Of course, there was a lot of uproar in that some people are saying it is setting a bad precedent in terms of proceeding with compensation and a civil case rather than the normal that we are used to, starting with a criminal case and then civil. But I think we'll discuss that in, later on in my other presentation. Then another best practice has been the removal of the corroboration rule in sexual offense cases. Now, victims of sexual offenses do not have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that a sexual offense happened. So they don't have to bring a medical report. They don't have to show that, to have evidence that someone maybe saw it. So it can be based on circumstantial evidence as long as the judges can connect the dots that it happened. So this was brought along because in the past it was observed that a lot of cases, sexual offense cases, were not proceeding because of the evidentiary rule on corroboration. Okay, that's the case. So it found that the rule was discriminatory against women based on their sex and gender, and hence contrary to Section 20, which talks about discrimination. So now women don't have a greater burden of proving that a sexual offense actually happened. So lastly, other stakeholders that we engage, religious leaders, because they have a greater following, they have greater influence with their members, so they're able to talk about SGBV and why it shouldn't happen in homes. The media has been very crucial in our agenda, so we have actually identified focal persons within the media to report about SGBV so that people's attitudes change. Especially community radios and use of social media, because we are now in the social media area. CSOs, we have worked with CSOs through awareness and theater for change. It has actually helped in spreading the word, especially using local languages. In a nutshell, what is working in Malawi? So what is working is having gender-sensitive policies and laws and actually implementing them. Awareness, so having IEC materials, including those translated in local languages, has helped inform people about their rights and where they can report cases. Coordination amongst key stakeholders, so now if you're going out to raise awareness or conduct legal clinics, we are not going alone as Human Rights Commission, but we are engaging other partners like the police, social welfare, the judiciary, so that the Office of the Ombudsman, so that our message is one and not divided. We have SGB focal persons in various institutions so that they're able to ensure gender mainstreaming and specific interventions on SGBV. We have law enforcement officers trained. Of course, here, the only problem that we have found is that when you send out invitations, it's usually the same people who are attending. So we're now trying to see how we can engage and have a database on who has already been trained so that they don't come back for another training unless it's a new module or something different. And then safeguarding policies in place, sexual harassment policies, child safeguarding and protection policies, are now being rolled out in most workplaces. And lastly, we're having progressive gendered judgments. Thank you.
There's another round of applause for Kesani and Grace. Thank you so much. When Kesani was speaking, when she was reading out all the laws, I was so impressed. And then she got to the devil. The devil is in the detail, is in the implementation, and we saw there that we may have all these beautiful laws, but when we don't implement them, we're not making any progress. So thank you so much, Grace, even for sharing your experience from Malawi. So we're going to go into the discussions now, and I will invite Susa to introduce the discussions.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, once again. We're going into the panel discussions right now. The chairperson for this session is Professor Violet Agbokaiwo. Good morning, ma'am. Okay, the discussants for this session, we have the FIDA chairperson, Edo State. Her name is also Violet Ulumbesi. Also, to join in the discussion is a representative from NAWOJ. I don't know if the person is around. Okay, Chair. Josephine now, help us now. It's supposed to be the chair of session. It's 3 now. Okay, and the presenters 5. But I don't know if 5 people can sit down there. Let's just take 2 from there. This one is dirty. Imoni say, please leave chair first. Come. Who is the person in our watch? They go to the letter, so they don't even know their name. Let me ask you.
It will also be good for you to be thinking about your questions. Remember, it's supposed to be a dialogue. And if it's must sink in, we must actually dialogue.
Please, we will equally invite the presenters to be with them on stage. Thank you.
Okay. Please, the other discussants and the session chair, please. Okay, thank you very much. Please go ahead. So, round of applause. We are having all females session. Thank you.
We are having an all-female session because sexual and gender-based violence, in spite of the fact that both sexes are exposed to it, there's no doubt that women make up most of the victim statistics. In our quest for best practices, we have heard lessons from Malawi, and lessons from South Africa. And in discussing both experience, I think they've been quite engaging. So right away, let me go to my panel. Let me have their reaction to the papers before I have mine. Yes, to my left.
Good morning, everyone. I want to start on existing protocols. In fact, this topic is always interesting to us as feeders. I'm Violet Olume, said the chairperson Federation International do Abogadas, and this is what we do every day. So when Ms. Sani, Motileni, and Grace Jerry were talking, it was quite interesting, and I want to, discuss some of the issues that I found interesting. Because we talk about a comparative analysis on global trend and best practices on SGBV cases. Most, like we all know, women are most vulnerable to sexual offenses, but that doesn't mean the men are not also affected. The statistics are higher for women than men. Men also face it, but because of shame, of, oh, I'm a man, I don't have to say it. How can I say that I was raped? They usually keep silent. So I just want to remember a case that is still ongoing in FIDA about a boy. He was being raped since he was 11 to 13 by the uncle's wife. We took the matter to the police. I'm sure I'll see this DCP later on it, but I just want to say it now. When we got to the police station, they said it was the boy that has been raping the woman for 2 years, and the boy is 13. So a woman with two children, a boy of 11 years, from 11 to 13, raping consistently a grown-up woman. So that matter, we are not buying it, and we are still on it though. So, really, women suffer more. Most cases that comes to us as feeders is women, especially domestic violence of intimate partners, and mostly the tendency for the women to remain is so strong. Even when we offer other solutions, they still prefer, especially those that are incapable of taking care of themselves. So that area that we really need to, secure women. Because yesterday we were talking about, the funds that have been kept aside for victims of, domestic violence. I was surprised yesterday because definitely I've been trying to find out where are the monies, because we have issues. We have clients, we have victims and survivors that needs this help. There's a lady that came because she didn't have any other way to go. She had to go back to her husband, her abusive husband. But we were able to make the sign undertaking to stop abusing her. But if she had something doing, I'm sure she would have preferred to leave the home, and take care of her children, because the children are mainly the main victims in all this, because at the end of the day, they end up, growing up, being also victimized or being also perpetrators of domestic violence, because they feel it's a norm. It's one of those things. My father used to beat my mom, my mother stayed, and so if I beat my wife, why would she not want to stay too? So these things are not interesting to us. So, I want to also align with the speaker, Mrs. Motileni, that rape has also widely been defined in our own violence against persons prohibition law as amended 2021, that it's widened, it's broadened. From yesterday it was really explained that rape can be through either penetration or through anything, as long as the person did not give his or her consent. Most times we keep talking about women, but the verb law actually is for both men and women. It's just that the women speaks out more, and the women are the most vulnerable and the most persons that suffers violence. So, there was some, I think we talked about referral mechanisms or pathways for victims, you know, it has to be strengthened. You know, most times when matters are referred to us in FIDA, it's from maybe other institution. So it has to be strengthened. Even the coordination we're talking about also has to be strengthened. And like Ms. Grace Jerry talked about training different persons. I also agree with that. It has, because most times when we come for events like this, it's the same faces, the same persons, and mainly, you know, women. But I'm so glad today. I'm seeing so many men in the audience, and I'm glad that this message, they will take it home. We always like he for she. When we see men supporting our cause, in fact, it pleases us. And that's why I will always appreciate our DCP here. He's such a great man, you know. We have such good synergy with him, and it's, you know, the commissioner of police. They usually help us a lot. So let me just leave it here so that I cannot talk too much. You know, when it's GBV matter, it's quite interesting. Thank you.
We acknowledge the fact that FIDA has been playing a commendable role as far as sexual and gender violence, gender-based violent victims are concerned. However, we're looking at global best practices. There is this contention that we cannot be talking about global best practices when, in spite of everything that you have been put in place, both for prevention, protection, services, awareness, you still have a recurrence which appears to be intractable as far as SGBVs are concerned. And that we should be talking about global good practices and global promising practices instead of global best practices. What is your take on that? Any of you can answer that.
So I definitely agree with you because this is an ongoing thing, and the goalpost will obviously continuously shift at all times, right? But I think, I forgot my point now. But I think the main thing with good practices is that in as much as we can all sit here and prosecute all these criminals and get the best cases, my biggest worry and concern is this, especially with litigation, is this: when you get the court order, are you going to implement it in the very same broken system? And that is where the change and the impact lies, right? Is that is our countries, like our different countries, are they capable of implementing these good practices and these good judgments in the current system as it sits? And if the answer is no, then what is it that needs to be done? And what obviously needs to be done is that we need to have the political will, right? Because there's nothing you can do in any country without the political will. Unless the Minister of Justice is hell-bent and is hands-on, there is nothing that anyone can do, right? And that is very, 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 very important. In order to fix the system, I think it's the executive. We need to start with the executive and getting them right. Then we'll be able to have a more progressive system. Then we'll actually finally get to a place where we say that the world has best practices, as opposed to we are working towards better practices or greater practices. Thank you.
I agree with Kesani. Maybe just to add to that, I think as African countries, we are already doing a lot in terms of trying to keep up with the global trends. I think a lot of countries have ratified treaty bodies, both at domestic and regional level. So the concluding observations or the recommendations that are provided to each of the countries, we work on them. But then we have to realize that how they would want us to actually work on those recommendations or want us to, be at par with the global trends cannot be in Africa, because we have to contextualize those recommendations and what we can do in Africa, depending on our resources, depending on what you said, political will. So I think it's progressive in terms of how we are, trying to be at par with the global trends. And also, I would say that we also we need a coordinated approach in how we do it. So it's not a competition, I'd like to say, but something that we have to, realize and see, is this something that we can take on? How fast or how slow can we, implement the recommendations or the trends that are out there? So adapting, I think that's the right way to go about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let us look at this. Do you think that there's a linkage between gender inequality and SGBVs?
Yes, there is a link. I think there is no GBV without gender inequality, because the inequalities that are there, be it gender bias or gender stereotypes, which also lead to, for instance, inequalities between men and women, be it in employment, be it in enrollment into educational facilities, access and control over properties or finances. It all boils down to inequalities, where men and women are not at the same level at par as it is now. So these two cannot be separated, they go hand in hand.
Okay. There seems to be unanimity that there's a linkage between gender imbalances and SGBVs. In view of the fact that we African countries, we have similar experience as far as the dynamics between the female gender and the male gender relationship is concerned, do you think it is utopia for African countries to seek to achieve gender equality? Because in spite of everything that we have done, all the agreements that we have signed, national gender policies, the gender gap seems to be broadening across every group, in spite of socioeconomic class or what have you. Can we genuinely aspire to have gender equality or gender parity in our countries?
This is really a tricky question, because in most instances, each and every person or the fighters for gender equality try their best, right? But I think one of the most important things to say is that we should not give up the fight, because in the next coming years, what we are doing today will make better sense and it will fit neatly into the puzzle. So in as much as currently now, there are those gaps and they seem that, well, even the work that everybody's doing, whether it's civil society, whether it's the government, whether it's any other stakeholders, it might look like we're not doing anything or we're not moving in any direction. But we can only hope, honestly, we can only hope that the more we do the work, at some point, we will be in a position to actually say that we're finally on the same bandwidth and that we have achieved gender equality. But I think also with gender equality, like most other principles and concepts, it's something that takes gradual movement, right? So I don't think we will ever get to a place where we say we have achieved gender equality because of different intersecting factors to any type of situation. So the goalpost will always move a certain direction, for example. It's like, for example, in South Africa, no one actually thought about classism, sexism, or anything because we were so focused on racism, right? So we got distracted and focused all our energy on one thing, whereas we had to focus on multiple things at the same time. So that's why I'm saying that gender equality is not a goal, but it's something that we will always have to work towards, considering that you are dealing with human beings, and human beings will always behave in a particular manner.
Just to add on to that, I think we have what we call gender barometers. And every time a gender barometer or a survey is done, we can see some movement. It can be very limited, but we can see that, okay, we are moving. We have made a certain law reform, you know. We now have, for instance, a sexual harassment policy. So you can see that in one way or another, we can be taking some steps back, but we're always moving forward as well. So I think it's about not giving up, but moving towards a certain goal and seeing that we're able to achieve it. And if we're not able to achieve it in our generation, you are passing on the baton to the next generation.
I think it's time now to have our audience interaction. But one thing that keeps agitating my mind, because there's this notion that once you're able to achieve gender equality, then you have lower statistics of SGBVs. But in countries, in Nordic countries like Norway, Iceland, Sweden, where they have achieved sometimes 98% gender equality, you still have recurrence of SGBVs. So for me, that is a very strong poser. So can we have reactions from the audience, please, so we can have effective interaction?
My name is CSP Peter Ugumba. I'm the OC Legal, Edo State Command. I will first of all start by reacting to the submission of FIDA based on the case of alleged defilement of a minor. To put the record straight, that matter is still under investigation. The version she presented was what they reported to her. You have to hear from both parties. So we are investigating that matter. And there are so many things behind it. The boy who interviewed, he said when he's sleeping, when this woman will come, they are living in 2 rooms. The husband and the woman sleeps in the inner room, while the boy sleeps in the parlor. Well, what I mean to say is that matter is sub judice. It's still under investigation. It's still under investigation. Okay.
Sorry, please, that matter is sub judice. We can't be discussing it here. So let's have other reactions, please. Gentlemen, it is already settled. There is a matter that is ongoing. Yes.
My first question is directed to Kesani Motileni from South Africa. When you talked about the marital rape, I was a bit curious. Now, the question is, has there been any conviction on that law? Although you said...
Sorry, we forgot something. Anybody who wants to make a contribution or ask a question should please introduce himself or herself so that we'll know where it's coming from. So can we do that now, please?
My name is Orobosa Okumbo, from Ministry of Justice. My question is, you talked about the marital rape, and I said I was taken aback and I became curious. I want to know, has there been any conviction based on that law? Although you said you have beautiful laws, but implementation has been a problem. But I want to know, has there been any single conviction? Because, you know, we have laws, a lot of laws that are in the book that are not practicable. So I don't know if it is one of them. Because like we have the law against bigamy in Nigeria. I'm not sure there has been any conviction on it ever since. So that's one. But again, I just want to make a general comment on we have laws, especially with respect to our VAT law. Now, the one thing that we need to do is the orientation. Because a lot of persons out there do not even know the provisions of the law. Because most of these offenses happen in the rural area where people are not even aware that such laws exist. One thing I think we need to do, apart from, yes, enforcement, punishment, people should be made to know that it's an offense if this thing is done to you. Awareness, creating the awareness that people should know. If somebody slaps you, it's an offense. If your husband beats you, it's an offense. Or if they drive you out of there, if your husband asks you to park, which is very common among us, it's an offense. So those are my contributions. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, just a quick one. There has been a conviction. So in order for the law to be developed for this, there is a married woman that laid a charge against her husband, right? That she required the law to change and recognize that if she does not give her husband consent, it is rape, right? So consent is a very, very, very big thing in South Africa. And currently now we are heading to the Supreme Court of Appeal, where a judge said that if foreplay takes place between a couple and the woman decides to pull back, then the woman, by allowing the man to touch her, she gave implied consent. That was problematic. So in South Africa, we say that a woman is allowed to withdraw consent at any point. So at any point, no, I'm like, it's a law, and people get prosecuted. No, but it's the truth. If a woman decides that she wants to withdraw her consent, she's allowed to withdraw the consent, and the man must respect that. Same as if the man decides to withdraw consent, the woman must respect that. So withdrawal of consent at any point is recognized in law in South Africa, and that is very important. What I'll do is I'll share the case with Ibel, and you guys can read the summaries. But we in November will be hearing the matter in the Supreme Court of Appeals, and we are the friends of the court in this matter.
The issue of rape within marriage is always very emotive in Nigeria and very controversial. But we must realize that if in practice the norm or the law is no means no, why should that change within the marriage context? Let's think about it. If we can accept no means no outside marriage, why can't we also implement it within marriage? It's something I think it's something we should think about.
Rape within marriage, I think that was one of the reasons that delayed the passage of, please, one house. Rape within marriage, I think that was one of the reasons that delayed the passage of the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law. Because, I work in the House of Assembly. When the bill got to the House and the members saw the first part, Section 4 from 1, they said, okay, so if our wife said, okay, they are not interested now and they had their way, so that's rape, this law will not fly. So, because we brought the law first, but luckily, and thank God, Her Excellency, God bless her soul, she has been a wonderful person. She brought the law back and ensured that it was passed. Although that place is still very silent, and the honorable members are still not in tune with that part, but that is the law. No means no. Thank you.
Gentlemen, in line with global best practices, most countries now recognize that marital rape is a crime. And I'm sure we know that our country is very proactive. So some of us who are here who are reacting, I can see people reacting, shrugging their shoulders. You may begin to start considering that is something that may be brought within our laws. Let's have more reactions, please. Sorry, excuse me. Madam.
I want to react not to this. I want to ask a legal question. My name is Professor Feto Sadolo from the Ministry of Justice. My question is directed to Jerry. As lawyers, we are all lawyers, I've read your CV here, you are a lawyer too. We are ministers in the temple of justice. And even in criminal prosecution, the idea is to attain justice. So why is the Human Rights Commission in Malawi recommending, in view of the case of Kaliati and Republic that you cited 2018, why is there a recommendation that the rule of corroboration be removed from the law?
It was actually already removed. It was already removed.
It's been removed?
Yeah, it's already removed. Because it was causing a lot of... all right, so there were a lot of... I'm sure even probably in Nigeria, I don't know if it happens, but because of not knowing the evidentiary weight of, for instance, not bathing after a sexual assault, a lot of people were bathing, or because of the distance between their home and health facilities, they would end up either bathing or going the following day. So by that time, the evidence has been wiped away. Or in some instances, the mothers, because of the stigma of not wanting it to be known or feeling embarrassed about it, they would end up washing the cloth or throwing it away. So it was causing a lot of hindrance in terms of these women actually seeing justice come to be. So it was removed on that basis.
Thank you. Sorry, gentlemen, I know so many people have their hands up because they want to interact or react, but we will take 3 more. We can, because of limitation of time, we'll take 3 more. So I recognize you. I recognize you. Then I'll think about it. Okay.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
The Attorney General has said he is going to assist me to think, and he has pointed to somebody in front. Okay. So after her, we'll take him.
My name is Mrs. Sule Rukayat Omoshoke. I am a member of Gender-Based Violence Management Committee, representative of Muslim community. My question goes to the Malawi lawyer. Please, ma, in Malawi, do you have cases of victims withdrawing from case while they are about going to court? If there is, how does your law address these issues? Because there is delay. By the time they are withdrawing, the counsel, the prosecutors, they are confused. There is delay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Sorry, the microphone. Let's do him first.
Good morning. My name is AIG Osiniwa, retired. The first thing I want to say is that is to the moderator. You keep saying you keep referring to the men here, you know, gentlemen. You didn't mention women.
I'm sorry, you know, in my profession,
so
we say we are all gentlemen. So I'm used to saying gentlemen.
Okay, so be gender sensitive.
For the purpose of this particular audience, we understand each other. Okay. When I say gentlemen, it's inclusive of the ladies as well. Okay. Because this is a special gathering, and we understand each other, and we speak the same language.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay. You know, I just need to understand, because sometimes we make laws that do not take into consideration our culture, our nativeness, and because of that we get a lot of contradictions and resistance when it comes to either drafting the law or even implementing the law. And I'm saying this because I have a lot of experiences, field experiences, when I was heading some commands, and where cases like gender-based violence and all that, and people respond to my questions based on their culture. And they feel that, I mean, what is wrong with my culture? This is right. So it's good that we have a lot of lawyers here and maybe legal draft men. I'm using your gender, this the legal draft men, because it's not legal draft women. so that when it comes to drafting laws, we need to look at what our culture says with regards to male-female relationship, husband and wife relation, and see how we can meander it in such a way that everybody is comfortable.
No, we'll take it now. No, let's take off. Final one. Final reaction. Subject to extension of time by the AG.
Okay, my question is directed to the federal chairperson. I don't know if you insinuated that marital rape is embedded in our VAP law.
We have heard your voice before.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to clear something. I've spoken before actually, but I think when she was talking, it appears she insinuated that marital rape is silent in our VAP law, but I don't think there's anything like that. I stand to be corrected, but I don't think there's anything like marital rape there. The VAP law as it is today, I don't think so.
You are saying the same thing. She said it is silent. You said there's nothing like that there.
Okay. So, but just to clear,
Okay.
I think there's none.
AG, since he has spoken before, can we take someone who has not spoken? Who? The person in white? Who? Yes.
Good morning, gentlemen. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I am a...
Gentlemen, can we have one house, please?
My name is Ebe Hitali Osho Sarumensi. On the issue of marital rape, in a situation whereby the man is intoxicated and comes home and in that process rapes the woman, I think the issue of rape will not stand because he was under the influence of alcohol. And secondly,
that is your view.
That's my view. Secondly, under the issue of gender
Gentlemen, one
equality.
house. Gentlemen, one house, please.
Under gender equality in Nigeria,
The
we have
Attorney General has asked that we should make a list of everyone that's disrupting this session. And somebody is going around with paper and biro taking names. Please don't get on that list because you won't want to meet with him after this meeting.
Secondly, under the gender equality in Africa, it's also often said that this is a man's world. And I don't think this gender equality will come into play someday. That is my divergent view. And issues like where the woman disrespects the man, and at times the man is threatened with the woman's affluence, as maybe she's more wealthier than himself and all that. He feels threatened, or maybe depression and all that. This gender violence will still continue until maybe at a point, if God wills, wills, yes, because since this in Nigeria and Africa is a man's world compared to outside the country, I don't think this gender equality.
Thank you very, very much. Our discussant, from Malawi, has specifically requested that the microphone should be given to the lady wearing white. And I don't have the willpower to say no, because her being here is a lot of sacrifice, and it's the least we can do.
Thank you very much. Mine is quick. For this marital rape specifically, we need to... Okay, I'm Dr. Eramosele Georgina, the manager of Edo State Vivian Center. We need to start taking some of these things seriously. About 2 weeks ago, we saw a woman with episiotomy, that's a cut during childbirth. Barely 4 days after, she was back bleeding. Why? There was a sexual contact, and the man is telling her that I have paid. This is right. I'm saying it. If there's any other doctor here,
please calm down. Make your points, please.
It's something that we see quite often. So even when there is threats to the woman's life, she's still forced. We've also seen a woman in Vivian Center with blisters all over, and she said, "Doctor, I can't go home today. Even if I go home today, something like this will still happen. So even if it's not prosecution, maybe it's some form of arbitration, we should start taking some form of sexual violence that happens within marriage seriously. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The AG has signaled me that we should return to the panel. I'm so sorry. Maybe what we'll do, if you have other reactions during the lunch break, we can interact with panel members. Would that be okay?
The question on culture. So, funny enough, my PhD is on this, that we cannot use culture as an excuse for human rights violations. So, in South Africa, everyone has a right to culture, everyone has a right to religion, but this is not an absolute right. The right is subject to limitation in terms of the limitation clause in the Constitution. So the moment you practice your home culture and it infringes on another person's rights to human dignity and equality and other rights, then you cannot practice that. So that is something that is very important to note. And also with regards to culture, we need to also remind ourselves that customary law and customary practices are forever evolving. So we need to also note that the way we used to do things like previously has changed, and it's changing gradually. So we need to always remember that at all times. Then regarding intoxication, so in terms of South African criminal law, you were not criminalized if you were intoxicated and you got into a car accident and killed someone. But as of, I think, 2006, intoxication can be criminalized because you are not supposed to be driving a car when you are drunk. So the same thing with rape. We cannot make excuses for rapists, right? So rape from an intoxicated partner will still be criminalized because you're not supposed to rape, and that is the bottom line. For as long as someone has not given you consent, you are not allowed to have sex with them or touch them inappropriately. And maybe just to also add, our South African Judicial Commission our judiciary does not have a sexual harassment policy. And that for us is very concerning. But we are working towards remedying this, that how is it that a whole judiciary does not have a sexual harassment policy to protect the people that work within that office? So that is very problematic. And I'm also happy to share some of the policies that we are assisting the judicially draft with regards to this.
All right. There was a question on withdrawal of cases. So in Malawi, under the Criminal Procedure and Evidence Code, someone can withdraw a case, but they should be able to do so before a ruling on has been made on a case to answer. Yeah, but judicial jurisprudence now says, because basically a criminal case is it's the state against the defendant. So now they're trying to say that no, if witness statements have been provided, evidence has been tendered, then even if a witness or a victim says, I'm withdrawing my case, I don't want to testify anymore, the court can proceed based on the evidence that has been tendered. Yeah.
Sorry, can we have your final word?
So, like, I know most of us will disagree with rape in marital, marital relationship, but rape is not a good idea. It's always good to have to find way of, making the woman succumb down. Encourage it in any form, whether as a married man or as a, just a sexual partner. It is not supposed to be encouraged at all. And besides, the law is evolving, and I'm sure in the next maybe 5 years, we can even have more amendments to the law, and some parts that have not implemented. I'm sure we should try and implement, because most times implementation is really the issue. The verb law is so vast, but we are only implementing just a little part of it. We are so silent on some other issues. but we need to implement the whole law, all of them. The protection order, we have not used it. Several parts of the law, all should be implemented. Thank you.
I think I should agree with all the discussions regarding marital rape and the scenario, the case study that that lady in white made. As a Human Rights Commission, we've had several cases that are similar to what she has said. I'll give one example. So because of inadequate funding, sometimes by the time we are going out to investigate a case, maybe it's been a year. So we had received a complaint in a very rural area. So a year later, that's when we had enough resources to now go to all the districts. By the time we were arriving there, this lady had complained that she was being abused by the husband. She wanted to leave but did not know how she would be able to leave because of cultural issues. By the time we were getting there, we found she was heavily pregnant, maybe almost about 8 months. And we wondered, would she still want to leave her homestead? And in trying to find out, because we're like, now you're heavily pregnant, does it mean things are working? She said, no, he actually rapes me each time he comes home intoxicated. And indeed, this was around 10 a.m. The man walks in and he's heavily drunk. And at that point, we realized that she had, that pregnancy was, I think, her 9th pregnancy. And her oldest was 15 years. So you can imagine the trauma and just how difficult of a situation she was in. So it's these lived realities that we intend to see, you know, should we have law reform? How can we assist people so that they come out of these lived realities that we come across? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much. I have seen all the signals. I guess my job is gone. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Milord. Please, a round of applause for this. A round of applause for this very wonderful panel. Thank you so much. Yes, we are fast spent into our time, so we're going to take the next presentations. The next 2 presentations are going to be virtual, and please, I don't know whether the ushers can please move the chairs to the side for us. Hello, ushers. Hello, ushers. Please, somebody near an usher, please touch an usher for me, please. Thank you. So we're going to take 2 presentations together now. We're going to have Tony Mitchell Jackson. He's going to be speaking to us from the US. She is a first-chair litigator whose extensive jury and bench trial experience is informed by over 15 years of government service. Prior to now, she served as Deputy Attorney General in the District of Columbia Office of Attorney General. In this role, she acted as a or lead counsel in several bench and jury trials alleging violations of the federal and DC laws. While at OAG, Tony received the Attorney General's Award for Outstanding Head of a Division in recognition of her significant contributions in the area of leadership, service, and training. Please, a round of applause as we welcome Tony, Ms. Jackson, for her presentation. Please, you can put on your video. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. You can go ahead and start. We can hear you too.
Respond to her. Respond to her that we can see her.
Okay, I'll keep going. So one of the things I've heard, thank you. I heard the prior panel talk about why would a victim or a survivor But the person who was attacked often is sitting at the side, not able to tell their story. And so the question is, what is the victim survivor? What conflicts of interest are possible between the victim and the government? Because often what the victim believes and what happened to her does not align with the government's prosecution of the case. So we know the victims have rights, and that the government is supposed to enforce those rights, but often the victim is silent in this process. So one of the things when I worked in DCOAG was to figure out ways to give victims voices in the criminal prosecution and even civil prosecution of their matters. In the United States, there are federal enforcement obligations for law enforcement under the Victims' Rights and Restitution Act. Some of the services that victims are entitled to include they must be informed of the place where they receive medical and social services that must be provided to them. They must be told about public and private programs available for counseling, treatment, and other support services. They should receive reasonable protection from a perpetrator, an offender, and anyone acting on behalf of the offender. The victim should know the status of their complaint and their case and where the investigation is leading, and they should have any personal property being held for evidence maintained in a good condition and then returned to them when it's no longer needed. Those are federal laws. Under the federal law for sexually based offenses against women, there's also a jail safe case, and that is every state in the United States must allow victims to decide whether she or he wants to pursue a case. And it encourages the states to collect the evidence of any attack, a sexual attack, as soon as possible from the victim without requiring that the victim decide right then that they want to prosecute their case. And what this allows people to do is often evidence is flawed because a person was violently raped and they are traumatized and they can't make any decisions. So now you don't have to say you need to collect this evidence to prosecute this person. Just let's preserve your rights. We have this kit. Let's take the information, and you can decide later what you want to do with that. And it gives them some time. I think that I can control the PowerPoint from here. So the next one is, who is a victim? In D.C., Washington, D.C., where I live, a victim is a person who suffered direct physical, emotional, or even financial harm as a result of the commission of a felony or violent misdemeanor in violation of any criminal statute in the District of Columbia, when under the 18 years of age, incompetent, incapacitated, or deceased. The term victim or crime victim includes the family member or the representative appointed by the court on behalf of the victim to exercise that victim's rights. The Crime Victims Act also has another definition of the term crime victim, and it's here on the slide. And you might ask, what are statutory crime victims' rights? And the Crime Victims' Rights Act was enacted in the district, and the first statutory right of a crime victim is the right to be reasonably protected from the attacker, the accused. It is a right. And any crime victim in the District of Columbia has the right to demand that the government, the police, the prosecution ensure that they are safe and protected from the accused. There's also the right for reasonable, accurate, and timely notice of any court proceedings. And here that means knowing about a bail hearing, the right to not be excluded from any public court proceeding, because in this case, it would be the rule on witnesses in the United States, which says that if you are going to be called as a witness in a case, that you cannot be there to hear other folks' testimony. But in the district, crime victim has the right to sit and hear what is happening in the trial of the person who harmed them. The strike holds that unless the court, after receiving clear and convincing evidence, determines that the testimony by the victim will be materially altered, the crime victim can be there. And the court should make every effort to permit the fullest attendance of the crime victim and consider reasonable alternatives to their exclusion from that proceeding. And if the crime victim is prevented from being at the hearing or the motion or whatever, the reasons for their denial of attendance should be put on the record and stated clearly. I would know that this right is really important, but exercising of this right could also negatively affect the case outcome. The next right is the right to be reasonably heard at any public proceeding in the district court involving release, plea, sentencing, or any parole hearing. So every crime victim, every victim or survivor has the right to go before the court before the attacker is released, enters into a plea, is sentenced, and is up for parole hearing, to speak about what happened to them and what they think should happen with this person. Crime victims also have the right to have a reasonable meeting with the attorney for the government and to understand what is happening and how the government intends to pursue the case. This is important for the crime victim because the government has a lot of tools in its bucket to address crimes, and it is important that the prosecutor take the time to explain to the victim of violence, gender-based violence, what they are offering in terms of plea deals and what that means for not just the person accused of the crime, but for the crime victim in terms of what that plea deal can end up being. Because you can offer deferred prosecution. That means the person, if they agree certain things, would not be prosecuted at the time. Is this something that the crime victim, well, it is not the crime victim's ability to say no to what the government plans to do. They can weigh in and they can lodge their objections to what the proposals are. The statutory crime victims' rights also include the right to a full and timely restitution. And what we talk about when we say full and timely restitution is victims of gender-based crime and other crimes can seek their medical expenses and costs to go to therapy to deal with the trauma that they have suffered. They can get reimbursed for prescriptions for any medication they may need. They can get reimbursed for lost wages, expenses related to them having to participate in the process to bring their accused to trial, which includes travel costs, child care expenses. They can get restitution for lost or damaged property that happened during the attack. Any insurance deductibles they had to pay for that loss or damaged property. And they can also get restitution for having to change locks and, putting in other safety measures in their home. But what they can't get is emotional damages. So you can't sue for the emotional distress. What you can do, you can't seek restitution for the emotional toll that the attack has happened, but you can get the cost, the real cost for all the things that you've had to deal with this emotional toll. Crime victims is entitled to have a quick and reasonable time frame for the proceedings to prosecute the accused, meaning the trial will not be unduly delayed. And the trial victim
Thank you so much. Any reactions? And next, thank you so much, Ms. Jackson, for that presentation. Do we have any reaction, please? Okay, there's no reaction, so thank you so much. Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, there's some reaction.
Ms. Oke from Subeb. The speaker, she talked about the right to be reasonably protected from the accused, that the rights of the victim has the right to be protected from the accused. So my question is, what measure do you partake in the part of the world where you are speaking from in protecting victims or survivors from the accused? Because we have a series of problems in Nigeria or in Edo State particularly where survivors or their parents, they are being threatened because they want to push a case, they want to push through. So what measures do you think or can we be using to ensure that these persons are safe? That's my question. Thank you.
You're welcome. You know, in a lot of countries, most of them may help law enforcement to, put patrols. If we think that a person, the accused or someone related to the accused, will continue to stalk or come to the victim's doors, then we can also talk about moving the crime victim during the pendency of the litigation so that they're somewhere that the accused, the perpetrator, doesn't know where they are and therefore can't get to them. In some cases, the name of the crime victim is not released until closer to the proceedings so that the accused doesn't know who they are. They have a right to know who they're accusing them, but you kind of delay the full name or who that person could be and where they are. As till you get closer, you take measures through law enforcement to protect that person. But that's why we pay hotel expenses. We will pay to send you somewhere until trial, away from. I live in D.C. Some people have gone as far as Florida or other places in the United States to get away until trial to get them away from the offender.
Thank you so much, Ms. Jackson, for that presentation and that reaction. Unfortunately, we are not able to take more questions right now. We are going to take another presentation, and after that, we can take more questions if you're still available. Thank you so much. We quite appreciate your time. I know that indeed it's quite early where you are right now, and you made the sacrifice to join us. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. Thank you. Please, a round of applause for him. So we're going to take the next presentation. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to take the next presentation, and our presentation is going to be taken by someone that is very experienced in this and has been at the vanguard of the fight against sexual violence in Lagos. And she is Titilola Vaivo Adeniyi. She is Executive Secretary, Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency. This is somebody I know that is very passionate about what she does, and she has a lot of experience, which you would glean from when she makes her presentation. So I would invite Ms. Vaivo Adeniyi to please put on your video so that you can make your presentation. Please put on your video so that you can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can see you're online. I think she's having some challenge with her internet. She was online just a few minutes ago. She was online. But one thing I noticed from the presentation we just said is that no matter how good a system is, we're all still like work in progress. Really, we're all still like work in progress, because even in sophisticated environments, the expectations are higher than what we have here. So you can see that everyone tries to struggle and do what is right. Ms. Vivo is back online. I think her network just keeps shifting in and shifting out, so let's give her a few minutes to rectify that. Okay, she's back online. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Ms. Vivo Adeni? Can you hear me now? Please, if you can hear me, please speak. Switch on your video. Hello, Mrs. Vivo Adeni. I have requested you switch on your video. I sent you so sorry about this, please. Okay. Okay, we should be interacting while we wait for her. Please, do we have any more comments on the last presentation we had? Do we have any more comments? Do we have any more comments? Ms. Jackson is still online. Okay, please go ahead. Go ahead, Mrs. Fatunde. Mrs. Fatunde is with us. Good morning, ma. Thank you.
Protect the rights of the victim in Nigeria. Normally, in any criminal matter, it is the prosecutor who represents the voice of the state and the voice of the victim. So, in this case also, the prosecutor represents the voice of the victim in court. So, while trial is ongoing, through witnesses, relevant witnesses, the prosecutor will let the court know aggravating factors that exist in the case. And that's when the behavior of the other party, the behavior of the predator will be made known to the court. So if the victim is likely to be victimized again, if she's likely to fall prey to all the antics of the defendant, the prosecutor will let the court know. So at the appropriate time,
network glitch. Okay. But I'll just introduce you. Okay, we are having serious network glitch, and our virtual presenter got logged out. In the interim, because we don't want any time lost, let me just quickly introduce in our midst the Deputy Speaker of the House and the woman who is very passionate about gender-based violence of the National Assembly, Edo State House of Assembly. Mrs. Mary Edeko. She was a former commissioner for gender and social issues, gender and social issues. Okay. Sorry. Okay, please, ma'am, you're welcome. Thank you. So, while we are still expecting our online panelists to join us, we are also having a physical presenter and one of our foreign panelists or presenters from Malawi, Grace Jerry. She has another paper. I think you can make your presentation now. Thank you.
Good morning. Hello.
Hello, good morning. Good morning, we can hear you, please. Good morning.
Oh, you can hear me. Good morning.
Yes, yes, thank you.
Sorry, it's raining cats dog in Lagos. So
Okay.
perhaps that's why the reception is very poor.
Okay, no problem.
You can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you, but your we can hear you, we can hear you. Please, can you switch? Okay.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. My name is Tilola by
Please, can you switch on your video? We can't see you, please.
I'm trying to look for the... Hello, can you see me now?
No, we can't see you, but we can hear you clearly. Okay, thank you. I will, thank you.
Okay, all right. I work at the Lagos State Domestic and Sexual Violence Agency, and we are a statutory agency set up by government to prevent and ultimately respond to the various needs of survivors. I want to commend the Edo State Ministry of Justice for putting this together and giving us the platform to share our own experience in this field. So very quickly, I will be speaking about issues of witness protection, support, and compensation in SUVB cases. Secretary, can you let me know if I'm still audible, please?
You're very audible, but we can't see you. But you're audible. Please go on. Thank you. Thank you. Hello. Hello, we can't hear you. We're sorry for this technical glitch. We're trying to get back to our online presenter. Okay, we can't hear you and we are not seeing you. You were audible at the time, but we can't hear you right now. Monitor. She said, where's the prompt for the video? She said, where's the prompt for the video? The video is not important. Let's get to the point. If you can speak, that's okay, but tell her the prompt for the video. I have been sending that prompt. She will see, she will just see the prompt and send that to the social. If she can't join, let's start another person so that she can join. Yes, I don't know if she wants to. You can go for other person. Go see her. Let her. Excuse me, say she has been muted. Tell him.
Hold on, sir. You can mute her from here. If you can mute her from here, mute her from here so that she will be. After this one, before she drops it.
Wait, she said she has been muted.
Yes, they muted her deliberately so she doesn't disturb. Let
Please
this
let
person
this person speak. We don't have that time. She's doing something else in Lagos. Who has time for all that? We should mute her. Leave it. Let whatever is stuff is stop. We shouldn't do that. We should mute her.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you very well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I was saying that there are some key issues that need to be addressed if we are going to talk about compensation, witness protection, and support. And those key issues include the first one, which I believe is very genuine, is the lack of awareness of the rights of victims and witnesses. Many a times in our interaction with victims and survivors, sometimes when they give us feedback about their experience in accessing justice, we are told that they felt that they were not carried along about the process. They felt that some responsible agencies, i.e. the police, the Ministry of Justice, the DPP, or even the health workers, made it appear as if they were doing them a favor because they reported or they were trying to access medical care or they were trying to access justice. So a good number of, not just victims actually, I would say Nigerians generally, may not be aware of their rights. And so they are not even aware of their rights to witness protection and compensation. It is very difficult for them to access support that they need. If you are not aware of your rights, then and you may need to access that support. If you are not aware of that right, tendency is that you will not be able to reach out and access help. Of course, there's inner defense funding, where we're
there's no one ministry, department, or organization that can appropriately provide all the support services that survivors require. And so there's a need for the key ministries, departments, agencies, NGOs, CSOs, and even the media to come under one umbrella and have a coordinating body, coordinate response, leverage each other's strengths, working towards one common goal, which is ultimately to ensure access to justice for the survivor. And so, the responsibility for providing witness protection and compensation is often divided between different agencies, which can then make it difficult for survivors to access the services they need. Sometimes they are asked to go to the Ministry of Justice for support, then they are referred to the Ministry of Women Affairs for empowerment, sometimes they are referred to the Ministry of Health for medical, sometimes they have to be referred to the police to be able to get protection. So this fragmented service delivery goes a long way in hampering the ability of the survivors to be able to access protection. There's also the fear of retaliation. Survivors of LGBT often fear that their perpetrators may retaliate as a result of the fact that they broke the culture of silence and they reported. So this makes it very, very difficult for them to actually come forward and testify in court, especially when we're talking about power dynamics. If we're dealing with an alleged perpetrator who is influential, who has the wherewithal, to truncate justice, it takes a whole lot for a survivor to muster courage and report in the face of such adversity. So that's a major challenge that inhibits the survivor's ability to access protection and support. Then there's stigmatization. Survivors of LGBT face stigmatization from their community, and this makes it very difficult for them to rebuild their lives after the violence. I should share a story very quickly. This was years ago. We had a lady, she was a landlady actually, and she reported that her 2-year-old child had been defiled by one of her tenants. And so she was eventually able to report. Her fellow landlords convened different meetings, all trying to discourage her from reporting, saying that the boy, they alleged that this guy is the son of the soil, and they were going to do the needful in ensuring that the case doesn't see the light of day. But she pressed on, knowing fully well that this alleged abuser has been notorious for perpetrating defilement in the community. You can't believe that after the case got to court, the community took steps to cut power supply to this woman's house. They cut water supply. They started lining sacrifices in front of her house, making the environment.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you anymore. Hello. Hello, Mrs. Vival. She was muted. Hello, Mrs. Vival. Can you hear us? If you can, we cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I don't know where it stopped hearing me, but I'll just go now to the opportunities for us to be able to address these challenges. The first one being there's a need to raise awareness of legal professionals, and development of victim-friendly policies and procedures. Where I work, sometime in 2018, we came up with a flyer, the rights of victims and survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. I'm happy to share that flyer or the pamphlet with experience. And it basically just summarizes the procedure for accessing justice. A lot of people are, accessing justice is somewhat alien to a lot of people because of the way, the process is. And so we broke it down. What is expected of you? How many times are you supposed to come to court? Are you supposed to come to court every time the case is mentioned? Or are you supposed to come only when you are expected to give evidence? And then we now talk about the different rights. They have a right to be notified of the counsel representing, the counsel prosecuting the case. They have a right to be carried along. They have a right to know the next adjourned date. Just break it down in a way so that you carry them along. They are at the center of the process. If we are going to get this right, we must adopt a victim-centered mindset, mentality, and system where we place the victim or the survivor at the center of the process. There's also a need to increase funding. In the Lagos State Ministry of Justice, there is a unit referred to as the Witness Support Unit that is dedicated to providing support to survivors and victims of crime, not limited to victims of sexual and gender-based violence. And so with that comes funding, because obviously personnel need to be engaged, issues of like transportation, call, airtime, credit, transporting the survivor to the court, transporting the police prosecutor or other witnesses to give evidence are factored in the budget. Improved coordination between different agencies. We cannot overemphasize this. There is a need for better coordination between the different agencies. Government needs to stop being territorial. We need to realize that we are only as strong as our weakest link. Ministries, departments, agencies have to put ego aside and work towards one common goal, which is ultimately to ensure access to justice to survivors of sexual and gender-based violence. And we need to create a platform where everybody knows that the sky is wide enough for everybody to shine. Nobody is trying to usurp your authority or usurp your power. Ministry of Justice has its mandate, Ministry of Human Affairs has their mandate, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, and the list goes on. But we all have to come together and provide these different services to survivors. There's also the need to address fear of retaliation. Survivors need to be reassured that if they report, there's anonymity for them. If they report, there will be a backlash. They will be protected. They can be evacuated to a shelter to access services. So that system needs to be on ground. And of course, we have to combat stigmatization. We need to sort of start to name and shame perpetrators. Remove the spotlight from the victim or the survivor and place it on the convict, on the sex convict or on the LGBT convict. And this is where the opportunity for us to leverage the sex offenders register comes in. Because with the sex offenders register, we're now able to publish details of sex convicts and put the spotlight on the convict and remove it from the survivor. Now, it is also important to ensure that compensation provided to survivors is adequate and meets their needs.
Hello, we can't hear you anymore, please.
Sorry, we're no longer hearing you, please. Yes, please. We're sorry about that. Sorry, we can hear you now. Thank you.
conventions or have acceded to the declaration or have accepted it. It has provided, it's a very short document. Hopefully Ms. Eneda will be able to share it so that we can look at it, or you can just go on Google and you'll be able to find it. Short document, you'll be able to read it in a few minutes. It has provided for victims' fundamental rights, I think most of which have also been mentioned by our previous speaker. It talks about measures to protect victims, that is access to legal representation, access to legal advice. In particular, we can look at paragraph 5 and paragraph 6, talks about judicial and administrative mechanisms which should be established to ensure expeditious, fair, inexpensive, and accessible rights to legal access or access to justice. So one of those requirements is that victims should be informed of their rights so they are aware what next steps they should be able to take, having known what their rights are. And also it requires for the judiciary and administrative offices to be very responsive to the rights of victims where they have been violated. So some of the measures is to ensure minimization of inconveniences to victims. So sometimes inconveniences come in terms of the time it takes for one to actually report the matter. They can be made to wait for so long or told come back, you know. And sometimes it can take, it means the amount of time between reporting and something actually being done, including even responding or acknowledging the fact that you have received the complaint. If you're receiving the complaint in written form or other form other than physical interaction. So the safety issues will not only be attributed or provided to the victim, but they should be provided to the families as well. Because there is always, especially in SGBV cases, there's always a correlation between the victim's rights and those of the families. And then they need to be protected from intimidation or retaliation or re-victimization. Another of the principles is that their identities should be hidden where necessary, especially for sexual victims who have been sexually violated, in particular children as well. So that's why in most cases you find that the names of the children or victims have been hidden. It's just maybe initials GJ or use of pseudonyms. So a different name or a fake name rather than the actual name. All right, so for Malawi, of course, I've only cited the Criminal Procedure and Evidence Code, but we also have the Child Care Protection and Justice Act, the Gender Equality Act, the Trafficking in Persons Act, and the Prevention Against Domestic Violence Act, which provides for witness protection. But the one which has been very specific to pronouncing witness protection is the Criminal Procedure and Evidence Code. So apologies that I did not actually cite the full extent of it, but it has provided for 3 areas in terms of witness protection. So it provides that where a victim or a witness who are vulnerable want to provide or testify before a court, they should be provided with in-camera services or closed court sessions so that they are able to give evidence. In the event that it's just one room and because of infrastructural limitations, you don't have different rooms where the sessions can be held, then people in the gallery should be asked to vacate the gallery so that evidence is provided with just the witness available, present. The second provision on witness protection is screen or partitioning, where a screen or a partition would be made available between the victim and the perpetrator so that the victim feels comfortable to testify without having to directly look or make eye contact with the perpetrator. Because for some, I think we're all aware in how SGBV victims feel stigmatized. Some feel shy to talk about what happened because of the nature of the violence. And some, it's just the fear because, like I said earlier, most perpetrators are people that we know or people that they know. So they don't, because imagine, I think in Malawi, most of the defilement cases, the perpetrators are either the father, the grandfather, uncle, brother. Those are usually the perpetrators. So, and sometimes maybe the neighbors. But in most instances, it's usually the father, grandfather, yeah, in that area. So imagine having to look at your father or your uncle or your grandfather when you're testifying. So for most, it was established that they were unable to actually go through with testifying because of fear of testifying against their relative or the perpetrator. Plus also, relatives would already have told them not to testify. So all that formed or still forms a hindrance in terms of testifying. So a screen or a partition is the way to go. The third one is accompaniment services. This is where a relative or a friend is allowed to accompany the victim so that they have emotional support as they're testifying. So those are the three areas of witness protection that the CP and EC provides in Malawi. Under the Child Care Protection and Justice Act, particular to children's rights, it provides that police officers should not wear their uniform. I think this is cross-cutting across all the countries, so that the child is comfortable to testify without fearing, of what the police would do to them, or the attitudes that people have towards police officers. All right. So like I said, with respect to children, their lack of exposure to the judicial system can inhibit fears within them. So they will need support services and also awareness on how the court process will proceed and how long it will take, whether they'll need to testify, to appear in court each time. But under the Child Care Protection and Justice Act in Malawi, because it is a state case, they only are available during presentation of their evidence. After that, they don't have to go to court each time the matter goes to court. And then for adult complainants, most of the time the fear stems from the intimate nature of the offenses. They don't want to talk about it in public because in our Courts Act, in the High Court Civil Procedure Rules, it provides that all sessions should be in public. But when it comes to sexual offenses, it has been provided that they can be held in camera. Now for the judiciary, there has been or established that there's judicial and gender stereotyping. For gender stereotyping, it's common to everyone, but for judicial stereotyping, I think someone earlier on mentioned that our cultural attitudes and even just general attitudes about what a woman's rights are, what a woman should do, or what her role is within society can tamper with how we render services to victims of SGBV. So one of those is judicial stereotyping, where it means the practice of judges perpetuating their own harmful stereotypes as they are providing decisions in matters of SGBV. Now, in Malawi, we also have a problem in that we have a small number of lawyers, legal practitioners, that are able to assist victims in accessing justice. Just this year, only about 772 licensed lawyers have been able to renew their licenses. against a population of about 19 million. So you can see it's a huge population and a few lawyers to assist with legal representation. And I mention this because most of SGB victims are those who cannot afford private lawyers. And in Malawi, most private lawyers do not deal with SGBV matters or criminal matters per se. Most would prefer commercial cases. So having that in mind, we have the Legal Education and Legal Practitioners Act, which has now provided that for a lawyer to renew their license, they need to have provided 24 hours pro bono services. Yes. So, however, the only problem with that is most of them just do it just to get rid of, the requirement. So most of the cases they take, they will not complete, or it will not be done from actual service. Or they will look for cases which are simple. So SGBV cases sometimes can take quite a while. So of course, we've been working with the Legal Aid Bureau because under the Legal Education and Legal Practitioners Act, the ones responsible to ensure that provision works is the Legal Aid Bureau. So the Legal Aid Bureau has to work with the Malawi Law Society to ensure that that provision actually works. So to some extent, it is working because we've engaged the Legal Aid Bureau to ensure that the cases that they are giving out to these lawyers are those that will have to be completed in the long run. Because at the end of the day, the Legal Aid Bureau does not have adequate finances to ensure that all these cases are actually finalized within the shortest of time. But also, in the in the Criminal Procedure and Evidence Code, even though all prosecutorial mandate is with the Director of Public Prosecutions, the code has allowed for private practice lawyers to actually seek the consent of the DPP in order to prosecute as private lawyers. So that has also assisted in reducing the number of cases that the DPP has to prosecute. Then we also have I mentioned the Malawi Law Society, the Women Lawyers Association, and CSOs who provide pro bono legal services. So those have also been able to provide free legal services or pro bono services to victims of SGBV. All right. Then it would be amiss of me not to talk about the informal system. I think we've talked about the formal system, who provide support and protection to victims of SGBV, but we also have the informal sector. A lot of people in Malawi, or victims, will first access the informal system rather than the formal system. So the informal system being our traditional leaders and religious leaders, but mostly traditional leaders. So the problem in the past was that, and I think it's still happening, traditional leaders would still handle criminal cases rather than refer them to the formal system. So that was a problem because that means it would keep, because their charges would be like maybe a goat, a chicken, if someone doesn't understand the severity of the matter. So in the informal justice system, we've been trying to engage with the traditional leaders and religious leaders on the referral pathways and which cases they can handle and which cases they should refer. So all SGBV matters, we've been telling them that, no, you cannot handle these. Can you please refer them to the police so that they can be prosecuted? All right. Sorry, I'm just going to skip some of this. All right, so in many common law jurisdictions, popular measures that have been taken to ensure protection to vulnerable people, I've already discussed the access to legal remedies, the use of screens to shield witnesses. I think this one is very ideal because our infrastructure is poor. So if just providing a screen should not be difficult, rather than having separate rooms with CCTV. In Malawi, that just doesn't work. It's just a few child justice courts which have that capacity. So having a screen is good. And then having video recorded evidence or video conferencing, I think that has also been a good practice in terms of protecting victims. Video conferencing was not as popular before COVID-19 in Malawi, but with the advent of COVID-19, we saw a lot of changes and judges and magistrates being able to accommodate having cases through, what do we call those? Video conferencing, so Zoom and the like. So that has helped. Providing live television links, allowing the witness to give evidence in a separate room, I think similar to video conferencing. And then clearing the public gallery, we've talked about that. The removal of legal attire, especially where children are involved. The use of intermediaries and communication aids, especially for persons with disabilities, those who are unable to hear. And then the prohibition of personal cross-examination of the witness by the defendant, and restrictions on cross-examination regarding sexual history. So we're talking about character assassination where sexual history is concerned. All right, so other forms of support could be material, finances, because a lot of people, like I said, are those without the capacity to actually travel from their destinations to attend court sessions, geographical issues. So the provision of material support goes a long way. Most of this is done by development partners. And then we have medical, psychological, and social assistance. And then we have availability of health and social services. I think I talked about this earlier, that we have youth-friendly health services in almost all referral hospitals and district hospitals. Also, one-stop centers, which have social workers, legal aid officers, and police officers, so that they're able to provide holistic services other than having a victim, allowing the victim to move from one office to the other. Sometimes the offices are located in different areas, and once a victim has been told that you have to go to, to this office, you need to pay this much, they'll tell you, I don't have that money. And for most, they'll return home because they don't have the capacity. So at that point, then we have a high attrition rate. Then we have police, justice, social service, as I've said. So social welfare is also important in that they provide social inquiry reports in child justice matters, so that the magistrates are able to assess what sort of intervention they should give in terms of a sexual offense. All right. Earlier on, I also talked about the provision of post-exposure prophylaxis, PEP, for sexual or STIs, and so that someone also doesn't get pregnant from the same. I talked about the Msundwe case, if we remember, about police officers who raped 18 women and girls. So we could see gaps in how social services or service providers had in terms of ensuring support to victims. Yeah, so, and then in other countries, they say children survivors should be examined in theater under anesthesia so that they don't have to be victimized through the pain of examination of their private areas. So that's one area, but of course it's prone to debate because of the whole aspect of anesthesia. I've put that quote as these are health workers now saying awareness creation is lacking regarding the support or services that should be given to victims of SGBV. Some survivors of SGBV will bath, some will throw away their clothes. Now it's issues of evidence. Then another service that should be rendered by the health facility or health service providers is the availability of medical doctors to actually testify or provide medical expert in cases of SGBV. So in Malawi, this has been a big problem because most of the doctors will say that they are unable to attend a case session or a case hearing and testify because of how long it takes and the unpredictability of whether the case will actually take place on that day or at the time appointed. So in most cases, you find that we already have a shortage of doctors in Malawi. I'm not sure about Nigeria or South Africa. So for them to take time out to go to court, only to be told, maybe they've been waiting, they've been told the case will come in at 8, and then they wait until 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, the magistrate doesn't come in. Only for the magistrate to come in hours later and say, oh, sorry, the matter has been adjourned. So they feel like they're losing out on the actual service that they were called to do at the hospital. So for most of them, they've now decided to shun appearing to provide expert evidence in courts. As of now, the Human Rights Commission and other civil society organizations are in engagement meetings with the judiciary to have magistrates, especially magistrates. I think they're the biggest problem. Judges, not so much. They keep to their time. So we're engaging with the judicial service and the judiciary itself to see that time is kept. And for errant magistrates, they should face disciplinary action because this aspect hinders prosecution of most SGPV cases. And then now there's also removal of requirement to get a police report before you go to the hospital. In the past, it was a requirement that you needed to get a police report before you went to the hospital in order to get yourself examined and get the medical report. So now it is not a requirement. And then there's also provision of counseling services to victims. A lot of service providers turn a blind eye to this. We do not think about the psychological or mental aspects of SGBV. So it is only now that the Ministry of Gender is working with different stakeholders to have stakeholders provide or facilitate counseling services for victims of SGBV. All right. So I've put up a case. I think it is Yusuf Wheelie, if I remember properly, Republic versus Yusuf. I've put this case up just to see how dangerous it is to have somebody as a decision maker who does not have a victim-centered approach in how they deal with SGBV cases. So this is a real case. It happened in Malawi. It was a defilement case. A 22-year-old man defiled a 17-year-old girl. And after a case was made that he has a case to answer, during defense, this is what transpired. So on 4th August 2021, the court writes, these were records as written in the court file. So the court writes that it would like to find means to see if the defendant can have an erection. So they found a woman in court to volunteer to try to jerk off the man to see if he can actually have an erection. On 6th August 2021, the defense case commences, and accused raised the inability to have an erection and asked the girl who initially volunteered to show the court his problem of trying to get him to erect. So they were like trying to do it again. On 11th August 2021, magistrate, prosecutor, court interpreter, the accused, the victim, and forces. Of course, in the records, they were unsure who forces was because this was a criminal review case, yeah? Yeah, so they were in chambers and the girl present plays with the accused genitals again to see if he can get an erection for more than 30 minutes. All this time the court is observing. Yeah, so now the High Court, after looking at this case, obviously the case went because it had been appealed. But now the court, the judge, looking at the sequence of events, decided or made his opinions made regarding the way that the magistrate handled the matter. Because remember, this is a 17-year-old girl, she's a minor. In Malawi, a minor is 18 and below. So the court ordered that the case should be handled by another magistrate, and that the state, through the Director of Public Prosecutions, should assist the victim and her family with resources to ensure that her attendance at court. Like I said, resources are always an issue. But most importantly, the court ordered that counseling services should be provided to the victim. Because you can imagine, throughout that process of this magistrate doing that, the girl was present. So she had to revisit. Each time, remember it happened on what? 4th August, 6th, 11th, all right? And it's the timing is just very limited. So the court ordered that she should be provided with counseling services until an identified doctor is available to go through the case again. And also they ordered disciplinary action against the magistrate and the court interpreter because they re-victimized the girl. Yeah. So my point here is that if we have review processes, they can also highlight some of the challenges that victims go through. But the most important, I think, is to have judicial officers and social welfare officers who have been trained on how to handle SGBV cases. Because when you read this court record, you can see that there is absence of mention of the social welfare officer. Probably if the social welfare officer had been present, this would not have happened. If the magistrate had been informed or duly trained on how he should handle SGBV cases, this would not have happened. And if you recall, I mentioned earlier on that most of these problems are happening because of lay magistrates. So that is also a problem because they've not been professionally trained. All right. Then there's restitution and compensation. So restitution is the return of property or payment for harm or loss that has been suffered, reimbursement of expenses incurred because of a case, which would not have happened because of the perpetrator. So if there is victimization, then someone can actually ask for restitution or payment. So government, in the event government does not have provisions or laws in terms of restitution, they should review their practices and law to provide for that. And and provide sanctions, just like in the previous case, sanctions were provided against the magistrate. So likewise, where public officials or other agents in an official or quasi-judicial or official capacity have also violated criminal laws, they too can face sanctions in terms of restitution. So like I said, I gave you the case of Malawi Broadcasting Corporation. It's a public or statutory corporation in Malawi. So there was specific recommendation that Malawi Broadcasting Corporation should pay a fine, but even the perpetrator himself should also pay restitution to the victims. Like I said, the case is still in court and we're still monitoring to see how it will be finalized. Sorry. Okay, compensation. So where compensation is not fully available from the defendant or the offender, the state should be able to pay. So, like I said, the Msundwe case, remember it was a civil case. Whilst the criminal case is still in court, the civil case was already completed. Compensation was granted to the victims. Now, compensation in that case, being a civil case, was paid by the state and not the perpetrators, because obviously the perpetrators have still not been identified. So it's an interesting case. Yeah, also the family should also be compensated in the event where the victim has passed on or has died because of the actions or the SGBV. Lastly, there should be established a national fund in order to provide for compensation or restitution, because in most cases you find that government will always say they don't have enough or adequate funding. So if there is a fund, for instance in Malawi we have the Trafficking in Persons Fund. This is, was established to enable persons who have been trafficked to be repatriated back to Malawi. So that fund is there, and as of now I think there were women who were stranded in Oman. That fund is what is being used in order to repatriate them back to Malawi. So food for thought. Legal protection afforded to victims with regard to their cross-examination. Is this something that is happening in Nigeria, in South Africa? If it's not happening, is it something that can be considered? In jurisdictions with limited resources to protect and support victims, some people say that the full responsibility should be put on judges, magistrates, and judicial officers. If you think this should not happen, to what extent? And then in terms of coordination, what role do other state actors in Nigeria and in South Africa play in terms of protection and support to victims of SGBV? So for instance, the legal aid institutions, social welfare, healthcare institutions. And then which protection, support, and compensation mechanisms not in place now would you consider integrating into the system to ensure protection, support, and compensation to victims of SGBV? But we are not limited to these considerations. Yeah, the floor is open. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, another round of applause for Ms. Grace Jerry. Thank you so much for providing that perspective on the issues. And like you said, the floor is open because this conversation will keep on going on and going on. But we need to go out now and have our tea break and come back. We're going to take 30 minutes. Please, you know, this is the only place that the people don't like to eat. You know, people are watching there. When I say tea break, they are not happy. They want to keep on talking. I want to take it that is a reaction. But please, let us go downstairs and do 30 minutes and then come back for the panel discussion and then the final set of presentations. Thank you very much. I believe they will give you meal tickets as you go or downstairs. Please, there will be a feedback form on this slide. You can either take a picture with your phone and give us your feedback. We need your feedback so that our next workshop will be better than this one. That feedback is what we need. Please help us and fill the feedback form. It will be a barcode projected on the slide and an email and a website. Please use either of them and give us your feedback. Tell us what we did not do well so that next time we would ensure that we will handle it better. Thank you very much. We are returning by 1:15. 1:15. We are returning by 1:15. Thank you, sir. Please, this is a barcode. You can take a picture with your phone. Just open your camera, take a picture with it. It will take you to a website where you will tell us what we are not doing well. If you focus your phone on the barcode, it will bring out a yellow website. Just fill in your details. Yes. have it. So what I will do is that if you open your Chrome, Africa.
You want to hear Okay. Yeah, that's right. Ebony State.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Please, there is a lost but found key. There is a lost but found key. If you are missing your car key, please meet me and pick it up. Yes. Yes. So, are we ready to start? IT, are we ready? The music is still playing and we're in the 5th session. Please remember our feedback. If you're not able to get this, please just type AGA-Africa-events.org. Type it on your browser. We need it because you need to send us your correct email address. That's the only way you're sure we have your correct email address. AGA-Africa-events.org. Tell us what we didn't do well. Oh, I was speaking too much. You don't like my makeup, just put it there. Next time I will wear better makeup. No. AGA-Africa-events.org. If your camera is not picking the barcode, if your camera is not, some settings don't pick the barcode, just use AGA-Africa-events.org. If you focus on it with your camera, if it doesn't show a yellow line, okay. Are we ready now? If you focus on this with your camera, it doesn't show a yellow line. That means your settings does not take it. Just do AGA-Africa-events.org, events with an X. AGA-Africa-events.org. Thank you very much. Please remember the car key. If you're missing a car key, please, I will drop it with the ushers outside. Okay, I will drop it with Mrs. Sos.
Thank you very much. So we'll begin with the 5th session for today. We were actually supposed to have our panel discussion, but we'll have it together after this 5th session. So we'll be inviting our next speaker, AIG Austin Nyongu Iwa, retired. AIG Austin Nyongu Iwa, retired, is a former Assistant Inspector General of Police, Nigerian Police Force. He served in Nigerian Police Force for 33 years. While in the service, he held several strategic and operational positions, which include Head of Security and Police for the World Economic Forum for Africa in 2014. Principal Staff Officer to 2 Inspector Generals of Police and Commissioner of Police for Gombe, Kaduna, and Bayelsa states, respectively. He retired in 2018 as Assistant Inspector General of Police. As a police officer, he was involved in police reforms in Nigeria from 2003 to 2012, when he was part of a team of officers trained in the UK by the British Council to implement the Nigerian Police Community-Oriented Policing Program through the Security, Justice, and Growth Program and the Justice for All Program. Okay. He became head of the Community Policing Department from 2008 to 2012. Distinguished participants, all other protocols during observed. Our speaker is ready. Thank you. Our topic is you'll be speaking on investigative techniques in SGBV cases.
Good afternoon, all. So here we go again. SGBV cases, investigative. I hope the police officers that are here have not run away. Okay, the DC is here and the OC legal is here. And OC gender, I hope they are here. My topic is about investigative techniques. I have 1.5 hours to rush this. It's a very long presentation, but I'll try to see what I can do to it. In the last 2 years, 2 or 3 years, I've been involved with development of the police SGBV component. We working with Ford Foundation and UN Women and the special advisor to the Vice President on rule of law. And what we have done so far is to develop an SOP for responding and preventing gender-based violence. The police, we call it force order. We have also developed a training manual for it, for officers. And not only that, we developed an e-learning, because we recognize that it's very expensive for police officers, for the police organization, to train close to 300,000 people and maybe 25,000 police officers that are involved in SGBV cases. So we developed an e-learning and encourage officers to get certification. We impress it on the IG that specialized areas like SGB investigation, you need people that are trained and you need people to be certified. So if you go to the internet, you will see sgbveducation.com. sgbveducation.com. It's not yet been launched by the IGP. We are hoping that in the next couple of weeks he's going to do that. So my presentation will focus on these areas. I'm not going to go down into the step-by-step approach of conducting investigation. So we're going to talk about understanding investigation of SGBV cases, understanding the needs of survivors, because sometimes investigators don't know the needs of survivors. When they come into contact with them, they treat them like any other crime, any other victim of a crime, maybe assault or common assault or housebreaking and theft. And also we need to contextualize it into according to the survivor-centered approach to investigation. And then I will talk about the peace model of interviewing, the peace model of interviewing. And that is where I'm going to place more emphasis, because once the interview process fails, everything about investigation fails. Because of survivor-centered, everything you are doing as an investigator is based on the survivor. The interest of the survivor must be taken into consideration. The survivor is traumatized, so the person is in a delicate situation, in a delicate place that needs delicate handling. Is it here or? Please, is somebody to, this thing is, whether the battery is dead, I don't know. Okay. Where am I supposed to point this? This way. Okay. So, first of all, we need just to understand what investigation is all about. An investigation is a systematic, minute, and thorough attempt to learn the facts about something complex or hidden. It's also a lawful inquiry conducted by law enforcement officials to ascertain whether a person should be charged with an offense or whether a person charged with an offense is guilty of it. So what is the purpose of investigation within the context of what we're talking about? First of all, is to promptly respond to all alleged incidents of SGBV, ensuring the safety of all that are involved. Secondly, is to determine whether a crime has taken place, identify the crime and those involved, survivors, witnesses, and perpetrators, and systematically collect and preserve relevant evidence from the scene of crime for further investigation. Survivor or witness statements, weapons, hair, any other thing that can forensically be obtained. In doing this, this is eating into my time. It's okay, eh? So in doing all this, you have to use all investigative tools. Fingerprints, experts need to come in. Scene of crime experts need to pick evidence at the scene of crime. Medical personnel need to come in. You need to find a way of proving the identity of suspects or the persons that are responsible for the offense, discover the cause of the crime and the nature and the location, documentation of the investigation and evidence, and prepare the case for trial. Also prevent further victimization by providing support to survivors and witnesses during the trial. The trial purpose of investigation. Okay, so in handling SGBV incidents, the investigator or the law enforcement general approach should reflect the seriousness of the offense and its consequences for both the suspect and the victim. Very serious. That is why we insist that we must have experts, trained experts to handle. The investigator must be able to impress the parties involved about the seriousness of this crime. He or she must be able to utilize special interviewing techniques, which we will talk about a lot here, to overcome a victim's reluctance to report the incident. And also investigate the incidents as thoroughly as you investigate any other crime, including handling the situation so that the victim views the officer's behavior as positive. The officer's behavior in all this must be positive. So, the typical survivor usually have three major needs. The first one is the survivor need to feel safe. Once in the environment of law enforcement, the survivor needs to feel safe. Most people who are victims always feel helpless, vulnerable, and sometimes frightened by the trauma of their victimization. So as the first person to come into contact with a survivor, you can respond to the survivor's need to feel safe by doing some of these things. You introduce yourself to the survivor by name and title, explain your role and purpose in this case, reassure the survivor of their safety and your concern, and pay close attention to your own words, what you say, your posture, your mannerism, and tone of voice. Say to the survivor, for example, you are safe now, or I'm here now to support you. Some of us have experienced the way survivors will come to the police station to report a case of rape, and the people at the counter will start making, nonsense statements. The way you dress like this, why this kind of thing not going to happen to you? I beg, give us chance. We've seen it, we've experienced it. I mean, the police officers here will tell you. Even female police officers, we even make such statements that no be a shower you be. Statements like that. And once those words are voiced out, you have lost the survivor. The person cannot trust you, and because a survivor needs a trusting person to be able to upload her experiences and emotions. So, use body language to show that you are concerned, such as nodding your head, using natural eye contact, not questioning eye contact, placing yourself at the victim's level rather than standing over seated survivors. Keep an open stance rather than crossing your arms, and speaking in a calm, sympathetic tone. Ask survivors to tell you in just a sentence or two what happened to them. Ask if they have any physical injuries. Take care of their medical needs first. And all this is not in a commanding tone. It's an empathetic tone. Offer to contact a family member, a friend, or crisis counselor for survivors. We have sexual assault and referral centers across the country. I'm sure you have one here in the state, apart from having an agency that is responsible for SGBV. Ensure privacy during your interview. Conduct it in a place where survivors feel free. We are going to go into details of things as we go. Ask simple questions that allow survivors to make decisions, assert themselves, and regain control of their life. For example, would you like anything to drink? May I come inside and talk with you? Or how would you like me to address you? Is it Madam Salamatu or Miss Salamatu or just Salamatu? All these processes are trying to create a trusting relationship between you, the investigator, and the survivor. Assure them of confidentiality of whatever they say whenever possible. Ask survivors about any special concerns or need they may have. Provide a safety net for survivors before leaving them. Make telephone calls or pull together personnel or professional support for the survivor. Give survivors a pamphlet listing resources available to help for help or information. Some agencies have a pamphlet they give to the survivor to say, look, these are the people you can call. These are the services that this agency can render. Maybe it's a sexual assault and referral center or some other NGO that has responsibility for this area. It could be even NAPTIC that also have one of their mandates. Give victim in writing your name and information on how to reach you encourage them to contact you. So the second one is survivors need to express their emotions. They need to air their emotions and tell their stories after the trauma. They need to have their feelings accepted and have their stories heard by a non-judgmental listener. In addition to fear, they may have feelings of self-blame, anger, shame, sadness, or denial. The most common response is from survivors is, I don't believe this happened to me. It is my fault. You know the typical Nigerian characteristics. When you have a problem, you say, no, it don't be me. Now me carry myself go there now. If you say no be me, not if for the, you know, that is self-blame. She begins by blaming herself. So emotional distress may surface in seemingly peculiar ways, such as laughter. You know, sometimes emotional stress by survivors is expressed through laughter. Now me kosa. Sometimes it's expressed through laughter. Sometimes survivors feel some rage at the sudden, unpredictable, and uncontrollable threat to their safety and lives. This rage can be directed to anybody, even to the police. So you can respond to survivors' needs to express their emotions by one of the ways is avoid cutting off survivors' expression of their emotions. Let them air their emotions. Notice their body language, such as their posture, facial expression, tone of voice, gestures, eye contact, and general appearance. This can help you understand and respond to what they are feeling as well as what they are saying. Assure survivors that their emotional reaction to the crime are not uncommon. Sympathize with the survivors by saying things such as, you've been through something very frightening. I'm sorry. What you are feeling is completely normal. This was a terrible crime. I'm sorry it happened to you. But I can assure you we will do all we can to support you. Counter any self-blame by saying things such as, you didn't do anything wrong. This was not your fault. Speak with survivors as individuals. Do not take report. Sit down, take off your hat, and place your notepad aside momentarily. You know, create a very comforting environment. You can say to survivors, I want to hear the whole story, everything you can remember, even if you don't think it's important. Ask open-ended questions. Avoid questions that can be answered with a yes or no answer. Questions such as, can you tell me what happened? Or, is there anything else you can tell me? Show the survivor that you are actively listening when conversing with the person through your facial expression, body language. And you can make statements like, take your time, I'm listening. And we can take a break if you like. I'm in no hurry. Anytime the survivor says, I don't want to talk again, stop there. Don't force the person. Avoid interrupting the person while they are telling their story. Repeat or rephrase what you think you heard the survivors say. For example, let's see if you understood, if I understood you correctly. Did you say he pushed you to the bed? Or, so as I understand it, did this happen? Are you saying that you were not aware of what was going on? You know, question like that. Such questions. The third need of the survivor is the survivor wants to know what happens next. Oh! Mickey Dedia. Nothing will happen. So survivors need to know what comes next. You know, I don't like turning like this. It's as if I'm back in the. That's why I need to talk like this. You know, you can respond to survivors' need to know what comes next after their victimization by following this guideline. Explain police procedures to them when you're talking to them, such as the filing of the report, the investigation of the crime, all processes, the arrest, the arraignment of a suspect. Pardon? No, let me just stay here. Tell survivors about subsequent, if there's going to be any more police interview, you tell them that we may invite you for additional information or any other kind of interview that they should expect. Discuss the nature of the medical forensic examination. The suspect will be, the victim will be asked to undergo, and the importance of this examination for law enforcement. For example, when it comes to the medical examination of the private part, the lady may be embarrassed and try to resist. So you need to explain that and the importance of the case. Explain what specific information from the crime report will be available to news organizations, because sometimes news people come around to ask questions about an incident of rape, especially if it has to do with a celebrity and all that. Discuss the likelihood of the media, and sometimes the police make this mistake by doing media interview of victims. What happened? What did the man do you? And all that. And pressmen will cluster. I'm not sure that is in accordance with the law. So discuss the likelihood of media releasing any of this information. You have to counsel survivors that lapse of concentration, memory losses, depression, or physical ailments are normal reactions to the crime by survivors. You have to give the survivors a pamphlet that explains everything that is happening to them. Ask survivors whether they have any questions. Encourage them to contact you if you can be of further assistance to them. So, let's talk of the approaches to, there are several approaches, but I want to talk about the survivor-centered approach. This approach recognizes each survivor is unique and reacts differently to SGBV and has different needs. Each survivor is unique. This approach also prioritizes the needs, rights, and wishes of the survivor throughout the investigation. It also aims to ensure that survivors are treated with respect, with dignity, and sensitivity, and that they are informed and consulted about the investigation. Every step of the investigation, they are informed. This approach seeks to minimize the risk of re-traumatization, retaliation, or stigma for the survivors and their families. It also creates a supportive environment in which their rights and wishes are respected. Their safety is ensured and they are treated with dignity and respect. Let's talk about some of the elements that are the elements of the survivor-centered approach. First of all, is confidentiality and privacy of the survivor's identity and all the information that she provides. Then you have informed consent from the survivor, obtaining informed consent from the survivor, initiating before initiating an investigation, respecting their decision to participate or withdraw. Sometimes the survivor doesn't want, maybe from previous experiences with law enforcement, she doesn't want the case to be reported. She only wants it to be documented. Conducting the investigation in a timely, thorough, and impartial manner, using trained and qualified investigators that are sensitive to the survivor's needs. Using appropriate interviewing techniques that avoid leading or suggestive questions and that allow the survivor to tell their story. You are providing the survivor with a feedback on the progress and result of the investigation, referring the survivor to relevant service agencies that can handle other aspects of their problem that cannot be handled by the police, such as medical, psychosocial, legal, and protection assistance. The safety and security of the survivor, others such as his or her children, people who have assisted him or her, must be the #1 priority for those involved. Survivors should receive equal and fair treatment regardless of their age, their gender, their race, religion, nationality, ethnicity, sexual orientation, or any other characteristics. In summary, the SCA is based on the principles of safety, respect, confidentiality, and non-discrimination. All contribute to ensuring that you have a do-no-harm approach in handling survivors. Ensuring that there is nothing that the law enforcement officer will do that harms the survivor. That's the principle, comes under the principle of do no harm. Now, when the commencement of investigation, the survivor is back from the hospital, is brought back to the police station for a detailed statement taken and collection of evidence in connection with the case. Statement of available witnesses will also be taken, and a medical report is collected, is filed. In addition, to this, in addition to the statements that will be taken, you need to take photographs of injuries sustained by the victim or witnesses, medical records detailing previous injuries, evidence of torn clothes, evidence of weapons present at the scene. If there are letters written by the suspect or victim, sometimes there's either communication, maybe WhatsApp communication between the survivor and the offender that possibly led to the victimization. Broken household items indicating violence, record of previous reports by survivors, criminal records of the suspect. Sometimes the survivor has visited the police several times to make reports. DNA results, evidence of previous court orders, text messages, emails, and other forms of electronic communication, evidence of drug use and alcohol by the suspect when perpetrating the offense. But before investigation is commenced, the investigation will need to conduct a risk assessment. For the police officers here, if you take a look at the first order on responding and preventing sexual and gender-based violence that we developed. It has the checklist for risk assessment. You need to carry out an assessment of the threats of suicide or murder. Sometimes the victim or the survivor has suicidal tendencies that may not be obvious at first encounter. So you need to do that. Availability of weapons, maybe in the suspect's house, controlling and jealous behavior, use of drugs and alcohol. You need to do a risk assessment to what extent is the survivor under the control of the suspect. Depression, is the survivor depressed, or even the offender himself or herself? Is it depression that led to this? Escalation of violence, choking or strangling? These are some of the things that happen when there is a problem. The home structure, how is the home structured? End of relationship, is it that the lady said, I no do again, and the next thing you have, I'm sure you are picking pigeon now in Nigeria. I no do again. You know what that means? I don't want to be involved in this relationship again. I no do again. And then the boy, the guy takes offense. And then the next thing you hear is that something bad has happened to the lady. We see it on Instagram every time when these things happen. And then perception of risk. You need to know the perception of the risk from the survivor himself. And is pregnancy involved? Because pregnancy can lead to sexual and gender-based violence. And I'll give you an example. When I was commissioner of police in Gombe State, so a guy got his girlfriend pregnant and was insisting that this girl must remove the pregnancy. And the girl said, I have removed pregnancy for you several times. This one, I go keep her. So this guy lured this girl to an uncompleted building, claiming that make we settle. And then with his friends, he got this girl thoroughly beaten and raped by himself and the friends, and killed the girl and left her there. So the police got involved. And we're trying to we arrested the boyfriend. But crime scene, like they say, the crime scene always leaves something for you. It's up to you to look for that thing. So while my investigators were going through this crime scene, they discovered a phone, a small phone. So, and they knew that this phone must belong to one of these guys. And they kept vigil there, you know, stayed watching the scene of crime. And then somebody came there to look for the phone. And that was how he was arrested, and then started talking like a canary. Started talking. Yes, like a parrot. So you must do a risk assessment. You must look at other factors in risk assessment: the severity of the abuse, neglect, the impact of the offender's behavior on the survivor. Because sometimes survivors think that they deserve what they are getting. Sometimes they think that it is a sign of love. Yes. So Those are the things you need to, a law enforcement officer needs to take note, because it could lead to death, to even the lady committing suicide. Survivors' age, physical and mental abilities, frequency of the abuse. If the survivor is at high risk, arrangement for emergency accommodation. And we have agencies around that can provide that. If parents are not available, SAC, should be of assistance. Sexual assault referral centers and other centers that cater for this. Evaluate the level of support by parents and guardians. Sometimes the parents don't help. I'm sure some of you came across a video that made rounds some years back. A girl left her husband's house and came back home. It's one of these Nollywood movies. I think it's an extract, just a clip from the Nollywood. So she came to the house, packed her load back, and because of violence, abuse, and all kinds of things the husband was doing, the mother stood by the door and told her that you no go enter this house. Go back to your husband. Go back, whatever he's doing to you, go and manage the situation. And then the lady was like, mama, now so you go talk? If I did what you are doing now to your father, I will not have had you, or you will not have grown up the way you are. I won't even be in this house. And she told the daughter that I caught your father on top a woman. If I had left, where would you be? So sometimes parents don't see anything wrong in these abuses. They think it's culture. It's a cultural thing. Your husband must beat you. It's accepted by some cultures. Abi? So the investigation itself can be difficult. SGBV investigation can be very difficult. Collecting testimony and evidence can pose their own unique challenges. Because sometimes the crime must have taken place over several months before you got there. Investigators and prosecutors may have the same gender biases. There are massive gender biases, especially from my constituency, the police. And this gender biases mostly is based on cultural and religious doctrines, dictates, and that's why we insist, because we had several training with police officers and even trainers. We had a training for 48 police officers in Abuja, and the male officers felt that all these things we are talking about now, you are talking your own. We talked in the morning, we talked about spousal rape. And the guys were like, how can I rape my wife? It's my property. I can do with her whatever I want. So, and that was why I was talking about culture in the morning, because before we bring in some of this international best practice, we need to sensitize our people. That, look, we cannot continue to live 200 years back. You need that sensitization to move ahead. So, you have those myths prevalent in communities, ethnic groups, that are treating SGB cases as family matter. Go and call your in-law. Now, family matter. Meanwhile, a crime is going on. And I can tell you something. When I served in Ebonyi many years as a young officer, so a man came to the police station to report his wife. He said, my wife head too strong. Police, go and carry this woman, come off from my house, or else something will happen. Police say, carry the woman, go your in-laws. Now go call your in-laws. This one a family matter. We know they deal with family matter here. The next day, the man came back to the police station with a machete that was dripping with blood. And he told the police that, I don't kill him. Now you go carry him. So, all this because of biases or cultural myths and all that. So lack of coordination between investigators and prosecutors could be a problem. Could be a massive problem. When I was Commissioner of Police in Gombe, it's good the Attorney General is here. Oga, Abba and Tremble. I told the Attorney General that everything we are doing is for you. Everything the police is doing is for you. Because at the end of the day, we will package the case file and give it to you. And you will look at the case file and put your hand on the head. Hey, police, oh, see better case, they don't kill him. See better case, they don't kill him. And I also had sessions with judges that will tell me that this is a good case. Why your people, they don't even know the basic elements of the crime. They don't even know the points to prove the crime. So I met the Attorney General. I said, oh God, we need to do something. Because we are doing, even my prosecutors, the lay prosecutors, you know, the police prosecutors, they will go to the court and destroy a good case. And I said, you have to look for money and train these people. All we need, the IPOs, the investigating police officers, specifically, I mean, because on average, the police force is responsible for about 418 crimes, offenses. 418 offenses. About 15 of those offenses are the regular offenses. But there are other offenses that even police officers don't know about. But they happen. So I told the Attorney General that, look, let's develop something, even if it is a pamphlet on some of the regular offenses as the elements of the crime, the points to prove. So that if an IPO, an investigating police officer, is given a case to investigate, that IPO has a reference, has a guide, that this document says, okay, how can I prove this case? And then he goes to the guide and then does a good work. So, because sometimes the legal provision does not provide some of these things. In those days, when I joined the police, we had Penal Code of Northern Nigeria. The Penal Code of Northern Nigeria was a simplified document, very easy for police. It will tell you the points to prove. They will write their points to prove this case. So the IPO doesn't have much work to do. So, lack of coordination also creates problems. Whether SGB crime occurs in the bedroom or in any public place, investigators must engage in a range of fact-finding efforts to produce evidence to support the case. Fact-finding involves gathering legally relevant historical and circumstantial facts surrounding the case. Circumstantial facts. Most times the police are looking for the fact. They forget that there are circumstantial evidence that will support your case. You know, so survivors, circumstantial facts surrounding the crime, survivors and witnesses statements plus proof of physical aspect of the crime. That is the crime scene evidence, forensic evidence, medical condition of the survivor, DNA samples. Crime scene is a problem in Nigerian police. It's a big problem. Sometimes I think that you need to simplify the law so that you find other ways of proving the case. Because there is no crime scene investigation in the police. In no day. We have people that have been trained, but no facility to do the work. I myself was also trained in those days in Alagbon for CID as a crime scene expert. And that was, the training ended there. Nothing. No, I wasn't deployed. Nothing. So, all this will be sent for analysis and presented to the court. So let's talk about, can you bring it back? Investigative interviewing is very critical. And that's why I said this presentation is going to emphasize more of investigative interviewing. The primary tool that is used to elicit historical narrative surrounding any offense is the survivor or witness interview or statement. Interviewing is the standard method of getting, information from survivors and witnesses. If not done properly, it can re-traumatize. If interview is not done properly, it can lead to re-traumatization of survivors and even witnesses. Anyone selected to interview survivors must be well trained and experienced, because it is an art. Interviewing survivors is an art. You need to be very, very proficient, particularly when dealing with children too. That's another area again that requires serious expertise. So we have, generally speaking, investigation interviews allows us to ask the 5 W and H questions. What happened? Who is involved? When did it happen? Where did it happen? Why did it happen? And how did it happen? We always tell investigators that this should guide your investigation. The why question, the how question, the what question, the who question. So a successful interview does not just happen. It has to be planned. It has to be planned. And the peace model is the modern way for law enforcement officers to approach any investigation. It's the modern way of approaching any investigation. So this is the framework. The PDR stands for planning and preparation. First of all, you need to plan and prepare. It is not a question of, they say, this is the suspect. Then you say, hey, come here, oh yeah, sit down. Okay, tell me what happened. No, you need to plan. Establish your objective. What are you trying to look for? Time don't reach, right? Okay. You need to identify the important topics and potential questions. You need to know the elements of the crime, the points to prove the crime. You need to evaluate the interviewee profile, the person you are interviewing, their profile, and make contingencies for potential reactions or needs. Consider practical arrangement and the location. Introduce yourself and your team and establish a rapport. That is engage and explain. It is a rapport. Explain the purpose of the interview and the difficult questions you can be asking. Be respectful, professional, and provide reassurance. Lay out the ground rules for the interview. The account and clarification. This is where the interview actually takes place. Account can be free recall or managed conversation. Identify, expand, probe, and summarize issues which are essential to you and clarify any inconsistencies or gaps. Account and clarification. This is what is expected. The closure. Remember I said the account is where the interview actually takes place, and you take down all the information. Summarize information. Read back statement. Here is also here where you have opportunity for witness to add or clarify any information. Explain the next steps to the person and answer any questions. Discuss referral if you are referring the person to an agency that will take other aspects of the investigation. It's okay. And then you need to review and assess the information you obtain and look whether there are gaps in the information you have. Identify any leads and further investigation avenues. You need to appraise your own performance in the interview. This is how it looks. The planning and preparation. The interview component, engage and explain. You engage with the person, you explain the purpose of this interview and what is going to happen. You set the ground rules. And the account and clarification, you tell the, that is when the person, you begin the conversation. And then the closure, and then the evaluation. So you may not have many options when choosing where to. You may not have many options because where to conduct the interview is very important. I have 5 minutes. Safety and comfort of location is very important. You need to consider a lot of consideration. Privacy of location. Is it culturally and religious appropriate area you want to interview the person? The ease of access, distance to location, cost and provision of transport to location for interview. The important thing here is that you must create a conducive location for the interview to take place. You need to avoid some of these things when you are choosing location for interview. Public place where there are interferences, risk to privacy, using offices, clinics, community spaces without agreement or prior arrangement, and then the presence of other survivors or witnesses can lead to risk of affecting each other's accounts, and then presence of others who could influence or intimidate the survivor, and the presence of children if available, if avoidable. Risk of distress or breach of confidentiality. I think I need to stop here. There's more to talk about, but I've been signaled to. But the presentation is available. Anybody that wants it, you can get this thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, AIG Iwongo retired. Please, another round of applause for him. Yes, please. Yes. We all agree that this was a very brilliant paper and presentation. Please, time is fast spent, and for time constraint, we had to do 2 sessions. So now we'll be having the panel discussion, but we are going to have it one after the other. So we are going to have the first panel discussion for today, which we were supposed to have before the tea break. Yes, and each panel session will be 10 minutes each for time constraint, so that we can finish at 4. Our speakers from Malawi and South Africa, they're also going back today. So please, we need to manage time right now. So the first session, panel discussion, will be chaired by Mrs. Mary Edeko. And the discussants for that session is Mrs. Ronke. Mrs. Mary Edeko is one of the foremost women in the States in the fight against GBV. She was former commissioner for social Ministry of Social Development and Gender Issues. She has been at the forefront of SGBV-related matters in the state. And you will agree with me that no other person is apt and better at this time to be the chair of this discussion. Please, let's welcome Mrs. Mary Edeko. These girls, I told them now. What are you people doing? I said, bring this chair. These people don't be doing so before. Okay, the discussants for these sessions are Mrs. Ronke Ojekere, she, of Sotawaka, that's our NGO. Thank you very much, ma'am. You're welcome. Please, you guys. We also have discussed in this session the PS Ministry of Gender, Social Development and Gender Issues, ably represented by her director, Mrs. Nyenseke. You're welcome, ma'am. Thank you. Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Social Development and Gender Issues. Just 3 persons. The presenter, okay, one more person. Yes, Mrs. Jere, the only physical presenter, will be on stage with them. Unfortunately, our other presenters were virtual, and I'm not sure they will be unable to join us because we have a lot of network glitch at this time, please.
What's the issue that we are, the program, what's how we going to talk about? So what are we going to be talking about? Victim support.
Issues of witness protection. Issues of witness protection, support and compensation in LGBT cases.
So we need to generate questions from the audience.
Nobody discusses first. She discusses. She discusses then.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Attorney General, Commissioner for Justice, the Solicitor General, all protocols duly observed. My Lord, I can see you there. We have the brilliant former AIG, yes, and all the resource persons. So beautiful audience. We are going to be discussing issues of witness protection, support, and compensation in SGBV cases. So the discussants, we will ask our sister, Ronke, you want to kickstart? Okay. Mrs. Nyenseke. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to stand on the already established protocol. I am Mrs. Irenose Nyenseke, Director Gender from the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Issues. And as we all know, we have the mandate to empower, protect, and advance the social rights of women, children, and vulnerable persons in the states. And the issue we are talking about today is gender-based violence. Under the ministry, we have the Senator Daisy Danjuma Women's Center, where we have a standard clinic to attend to victims of GBV and returned migrants. We have a 100-bed facility also situated there. We have an indoor sports facility for recreation and rehabilitation of the victims of GBV. And we have the most important, which is the GBV Center, where we attend to matters as they are reported. The medical personnel, they are there. The police unit is there. The legal department is there. And the counselors, they are there. So these are the bits that we are doing as a ministry. So when it comes to cases that has to do with the support and the compensation, first case that when issues are reported to the center, the victims are cancelled. The medical doctors, they do their bits, and the victims are cancelled. That's where we come in as a ministry. They are counseled and they are told what to do. They are advised and given the right advice, and from there they are now secluded from where they have been victimized or where the act was taking place. They are now taken to a shelter. We have a shelter, which I already said, or an orphanage, as the case may be, for protection from where the violation had occurred. Also, when it comes to compensation, we also have the Women's Center, the Skill Acquisition Center, where we provide support for women and young adults that have been violated to get back on their feet. We also have collaboration with NGOs, international partners, that helps us to attend to issues of GBV cases. I think I will stop here, ma'am.
Thank you, Sihense here. Yeah, because we've listened to the lectures. Sometimes I'm delighted that we had resource persons from other jurisdictions, because we have very robust law here on victim protection and compensation. Like the chairperson of FIDA said, we've not exploited the laws that we have. And I'm very proud of the Ministry of Justice under the leadership of the Attorney General, Commissioner for Justice, for taking time for us to look at these provisions of the law and practices. So Ms. Sihense here, she has gone on to tell us the practical evidence that we have within Edo State, that we actually have a center and a structure for protecting victims of gender-based violence. Thank you, Ms. Sihense here. Ronke.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. All protocols duly observed. My name is Ronke Ujekiri. Firstly, I am an NGO person. My organization, Society to Heighten Awareness of Women and Children Abuse, has been duly recognized by the United Nations, in the sense that I have the United Nations Special ECOSOC consultative status. I am a member of the Edo State Gender-Based Violence Management Committee and the Technical Working Group. I am an advocate of women and children issues. I've spent over 25 years advocating for the rights, welfare, and development of women and children. I also am present at the Edo State Gender-Based Violence Center, otherwise known as the GBV Center or the Vivian Center. Looking at issues that concern the supporting and protection of women and compensation, since it is something that is not relatively new to me, the core issues where I look at I listen to Miss Jackson from the US, and I also listened to Miss Cherry when she was talking. I don't see too much of a difference in what the US does and what I think it's Malawi you're from. Yes, I don't see too much of a difference from what they do, in the sense that for us at the GBV Center, or for me as an advocate for women and children issues, first thing I always do when cases are reported to me is to ensure that there's safety. The retired AIG also talked about safety. All the topics that were talked about today had to do with safety, ensuring the safety of our survivors. Then we also talked about everybody who spoke on confidentiality. People are talking with you and they want to be sure that whatever they're saying to you remains with you. It doesn't become something of public knowledge. These days, in the advent of the social media, I see cases are up and they are saying, let it go viral. Where's the confidentiality in all of this matter? And before, we have our social media lawyers, those people who are not really trained lawyers, who are already talking about the cases and telling you what to do and what not to do. I also, as a person, I also look at the emotional aspect of anybody who is reporting a case to me. I make sure that the person is comfortable. The AIG said it's something to do with police investigation. I also would key into everything that the AIG has said, and I'm very happy that I'm part of this workshop. I listened to what the AIG said, and I'm saying to myself, yes, everything he's saying, I'm not a police officer, but everything he's saying is practically what I do. My staff was sitting near me. There was something you said about the voice, and I turned to her, I said, does this explain why I talk the way I talk when I'm talking with people? I'm not shouting down my orders at them. I'm making sure that I'm understanding exactly what these people are saying to me, and where I do not understand, I bring them back to please explain to me, so that when I am also standing in the gap for people, or when I go to the police station, because I'm always in state CID, when I'm speaking, I'm always telling them, and this was what the person said to me. Then the legal assistance, I am not a lawyer. So what I do as a person is I listen to you, I tell you what your rights are as a layman, and then I refer. I just take the bulk and I push it out of my table to those who are schooled to be able to explain to you exactly what your roles are, what the rights are for you. For collaboration, I work with almost all the MDAs that do issues that have to do with gender-based violence. So it's something that I must always do. The police, I always say, are my friends, and people ask me, how do you relate with the police? I said the same way I would relate with my friends. When I'm going there, I'm not going there because I want to go and shout at them or tell them what to do, but I'm going there because I want results from whatever it is that I'm doing, and wherein I'm not being understood, I find somebody that I am comfortable with, and I tell my story, and by and large, I get results. Awareness and advocacy, I put that as the last, away from compensation. The compensation, when we have cases that have to go to court, you find that the survivors and their families come back to me because they believe that government has given me money. Madam, we are going to court and we don't have money. So I start to look into the team resources that I have because I want these people to be present in court. So I make sure that I give them money, away from the fact that I also ensure that if I am not in court, somebody from Sotawaka is in court to hear the cases and then to get the adjourned dates, and then we keep up at these people. My last, which is my strength, is awareness creation, which is also part of my name, because my name says society to heighten awareness. So we do that on a very regular basis. Sensitization and education of issues that borders around gender-based violence is something that I pride myself in saying. And advocating for these laws, I would say that when the VAP law was passed, I was present with our honorable here when the governor assented to the VAP law. And that's just it. It's something that I do every day. And I say to people who are in the NGO world, I say to people that NGO is not for short distance route runners, it is for very long distance route runners, and we will keep running. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ronke. An NGO, you know, when we talk about gender-based violence, we are talking about collaboration. How do you give support to victims of gender-based violence? It's not an issue. When the resource person from the US spoke for the short while, he talked about collaboration, and I think the other lady too. We have government agencies, we have non-governmental agencies, religious body. That is why the GBV committee, management committee constituted in Edo State, has all of these agencies to give support to victims of gender-based violence and compensation also, and we protecting witnesses. The non-governmental agencies, they've been very helpful in this area. If you look at the VAB law from section 33 to 44, it's talking about witness protection, support, and compensation. So what we need to really do is to acquaint ourselves with the provisions of the law. After today, I'm sure you will go back to know that it's not only abroad that we have all of these. I find huge problem with our legal system because at the first degree level, everybody is taught constitutional law. But human rights is not taught. The things we are dealing with today, the new innovation into the criminal procedure, is the human rights aspect. Restitution, restoration, protection of witnesses. These are not new concepts. But because of the way our legal education is, it's at master's level, some people come in contact with human rights law. And it's a huge deficiency. So the witness, we are talking about how do you support the witness? How do you protect the witness? I see some cases where a baby is defied. The mother, because the community is prosecuting the mother, and they will come and say, oh, we don't want to do case again. We tell them you will do case because you are not the victim. What we have done when I was commissioner at the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Issue, I take hold of the child and we put the child in safe home. The parents are compelled to give evidence in court. When we've taken evidence from the parents before we reunite them with the children. But because of weak institutions in the state, we don't seem to know that the state, the children, they are under our care. If you as a parent, you can protect your child, it is the duty of the state to take that child into custody. So we are talking about witness protection, support, and compensation. So in human rights law, compensation is a huge area where lawyers, they need to go into to know what to do. So we'll allow our sister, the resource person from Malawi, to say one or two. Okay. Now, let us speak for equity. Just 1 minute, then the audience can ask you questions.
All right. Thank you very much, Mom. I think a lot was said earlier in my presentation, and a lot has been discussed, but I think I'll just touch on 3 or 4 areas that have come out as we've been discussing here. The first one is on, I think she spoke about the ethical principles and discussing cases with in the media or on social media. As she was speaking about it, it dawned on me that, okay, in this day and era, we really can't do without or do away with social media or involvement of the media in the way that we handle cases. However, maybe when we are looking at the issue of safety and protection of witnesses and victims, maybe it is high time, anyway, for Malawi it is. In the past, there used to be control measures in terms of how lawyers discuss cases, you know. Usually it was after the cases have been dealt with. These days, that's not the case in Malawi anyway. So maybe for us as Malawi, a takeaway would be, should our code of conduct for lawyers be revised in order to move with the times, but still ensure protection and safety for victims of SGBV. I think another one was on witness protection law. I think for Malawi, as I said, we don't have a specific standalone law on witness protection. So maybe that is something that we might look into, even though we've got so many laws, and people always complain that too many laws don't go towards protecting victims. So food for thought. And then on social services, something that maybe in terms of engagement with NGOs, Malawi has now taken on the approach of entering into memorandum of understanding with associations that provide counseling. So most people, I think counseling services, especially you know, therapists, most people think it's a wazungu thing. You know, why should you spend money discussing your issues with somebody? But then it is necessary. That's what we've realized. So now, for instance, as a Human Rights Commission, I think the Ministry of Gender as well, they have entered into memorandum of understanding with the Association of Counselors, so that where there are cases, people don't have to actually pay for those services. It is free of charge for SGBV victims. And then lastly, having a human rights specific subject at all levels of education. That's what is being advocated for, so that everyone is at the same level in terms of what their rights are and what their responsibilities are. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We want to get questions from the audience so that, yeah, Reverend Father Fidelis.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing on the existing protocol. I'm Reverend Father Fidelis Aburaredo, the Executive Director, Urumijiri PCI, and I'm major as Guidance Counselor, beside my theology and philosophy. I'm the Executive Director of Urumijiri PCI. We have been carrying some cases, and hearing this general protection for victims is one that strikes my mind. There are many cases we have handled in the state. Being that I'm a Reverend Father, I stand behind the scene without popularizing so many of the cases we handle in the state. For instance, the 400 level student that were raped by a lecturer at Uniben, we're behind that case, and the case is still in court today. The OCD guy can testify to that. We have over 24 cases in court of no girls. There is issue now, I even have now, a girl that will be raped by the co-father, the so-called father, and abortion two times, and the third one, they give birth to the child and kill the child. And the child jumped into the well. That is what you mentioned, the first effect, traumatic disorder of such a child is suicide. It's in ICH now. I am confused now because I don't know where we send her to. Because the so-called father is like a kidnapper now because they came all the way from Ekwa Ibom. So we don't know what to do with that case. Another big man raped a small girl in Uromi the other day. And the girl now, we're able to give money to the mother to start business. But the small girl is in Uromi, we don't know where to send her to. There are many cases like that. I don't even know how. Because when this 400 level student happened, we don't know where to send her to. I have to send her to Caritas shelter. Even when the 4 or 5 boy rape one girl in Irua, we are nowhere to. The deputy speaker is aware. If follow me, we have to send her to Kusodo. There are many cases. I don't even know how this VAP home is working, how the protection of these children that are being raped. Over just this year, we have more than 30, 40 children that have been raped in Uromi and Irua. They are still within the environment. You know the scandal, you know the issue that are surrounded, but I don't really know where we send these children to. So those are my major concern and my major question I ask now. Where can we send them to? Is this thing real? Is it real that they can take care of these children, or we are just hearing for hearing's sake?
Okay, thank you, Father. We are talking about victim protection, support, and compensation. In Edo State, before a few months ago, we didn't have a government shelter. Yes, today we have government shelter, the Daisy Danjuma Women's Center, but it's Women's Center. We have had to discuss the issue of children, that children must have shelter. We can't continue to take our children to orphanage home. But even where we have to take them to orphanage home, before I left that ministry as a commissioner, I constituted an audit committee to audit the orphanage homes so that we can get rid of the criminals there and leave those people that are really charitable, and they will get government support. So that even where we have to take children there, because it's a collaborative endeavor, government will be taking care of them, health services, education, and the ministry. I also ensured that we employed psychologists, because as it then was, the ministry was just populated with only sociologists. These are parts of the transformation agenda of His Excellency. So my take in all of this, it has to do with us as a people. Even where we have this infrastructure, we have trained personnel from the legal services, the health services, the psychosocial support, the police carrying out investigation. All of these, you have to be passionate about what you do and be committed to the work you do. I'm sure with the collaboration we have, NGOs, state and government agencies, religious body, we can do very well. Because witness, support, compensation, all of what we have said here provides psychosocial support for victims. Health, legal. So they are all enshrined in our laws. So we, the operator of the system that are here today, is for us to do our job with utmost respect for the human rights of victims of gender-based violence. So I thank members of this panel who have been sacrificing a lot to support victims of gender-based violence, and for Ministry of Justice and the AGA-Africa, I thank you for this opportunity to be here. Thank you.
Please, maybe you may take a picture with the AG. Okay, I think he has another assignment. Please take a picture for them alone. Please. Okay, so Mr. General, please can you join them? So members of the other panels, they didn't take a picture, but it's all right. Announcing the arrival of Her Excellency, First Lady of Edo State. Please let's give her a round of applause. Welcome. This is Betsy Obaseki. Thank you so much. Okay, please take a picture so they can. Please, who is taking a picture? Photographer? Photographer, please take a picture of the panel. Please move together, yes. Please move together. Okay, the AG is coming up. This is a round of applause for this very rich and very enlightening panel. So we have come to the last presentation.
So the next panel discussion.
Let's do this presentation and then do it together.
We welcome Her Excellency to our midst this afternoon, and we are very pleased to have Your Excellency in our midst. Good afternoon, ma'am, and welcome. Thank you. Please, we'll be having our next panel discussion to be chaired by Honorable Justice Gloria Adekombi, and the discussants for these discussions are the former MBA chairman, Pius Oyiwo, and the DC litigation. Thank you. My Lord Honorable Justice Adekombi is chairing this session. We have another session, another panel discussion to be chaired by my Lord Honorable Justice Gloria Adekombi, former DPP, Ministry of Justice, Edo State. The discussants for this panel are Pius Oyiwo, former NBA chair, and the DC litigation. Thank you. The OC Legal Edo State is here. He will be speaking on behalf of the DC litigation. What?
Good evening.
Please, we also invite the presenter, AIG Yongu Iwa, to join them. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. This evening we are going to be discussing investigative techniques in SGBV cases. We've had the brilliant presentation by the former AIG, and to be up for discussion at this moment. I would like Mr. Iwo to kickstart the discussion on the paper.
Thank you, my Lord. My Lord, permit me to be upstanding so that I can just use the podium here. All right. Okay, my Lord. Let me first of all appreciate the learned Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice, Edo State, who is the host of this event, and for inviting me to be a discussant, and the organizers. But first, let me recognize Her Excellency, the mother of Edo State, Mrs. Betsy Obaseki, who is leading the campaign seriously against gender-based violence in our dear state. My Lord, the chairman of the panel, the retired AIG, the OC Liga, then distinguished ladies and gentlemen, permit me also to recognize the Deputy Speaker, the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker, former Honorable Commissioner for Gender, and the learned Solicitor General. I have taken time to listen to the lead presentation, particularly the lecture delivered by the retired AIG. It was so detailed, and it was also very instructive. And I think it is important for me to say that I took out time to appreciate most of the points that he made. Except to add to that, I observed he talked about collaboration, synergy, coordination amongst professionals and those who are tasked with the responsibility of this ensuring that perpetrators and violators are brought to book. And in doing that, my own perspective, particularly from the perspective of a private practitioner, is that we realize that when we have complaints, particularly from our clients, coming around to tell us that, oh, they have been so violated or kind of abused, we have difficulty or challenges, first of all, with greatest respect to our police. And I'm worried that this audience does not have a pack full of the police here. It is predominantly attended by faith-based organizations, NGOs, and then, of course, my brothers from the Ministry of Justice, who are the hosts and organizers of this event. The challenges are enormous. And from the topic presented by the very distinguished retired attorney, Assistant General of Police, majority of what were discussed centered on investigation, and who is principally empowered by law to handle issues of investigation. Of course, my brothers in the Ministry of Justice will agree with me that they are solely involved in the area of prosecution. At the point that the police had concluded their investigation, they, of course, draft them into it. Okay. So I have identified so many issues. Of course, I wrote out some things about the investigative technique which the AIG talked about, the intervened victims and witnesses, which is very, very important, which the AIG talked about, collecting and analyzing evidence from the scene, particularly DNA, of course, documents that are, of course, related to doing this, investigating and then eventually prosecuting offenders. And then, of course, the legal framework and procedure. It will be out of place if somebody is involved in investigation and is not versed with the legal requirements. Particularly, of course, we know that as of today, courtesy of Her Excellency, the wife of the governor, we have the amended VAP law 2022, which of course has sufficient and very detailed provisions that will guarantee and assist in prosecuting GBV cases. And of course, too, we have identified the issues of trauma which the victim of such offenses goes through. And it is important that we must protect some of these persons who are victims from the hands of the perpetrators, the violators. Because in the course of GBV cases, you keep hearing of those who are involved in violating these persons as perpetrators, and then the violators. And then, of course, the victims, because of stigmatization, they try to stay away and then try to prevent themselves from being, of course, made public. And then, again, these days of social media, we must be scared of the social media. Because something happens, you begin to say, oh, this thing happened in Benin. This thing happened, like Father Aredo talked about, a case in 4 cases in Uromi, another one in Irua, where Father's parish is, and then some other areas too. So these are some of the things that we must look out for. And then I will end up by saying that technology is a driving factor for ensuring proper and smooth investigation of GBV cases. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Iwo. Mr. Gumba.
Yes, my Lord.
During the presentation, we heard things like there's a survivor victim centered approach. What does that mean to you as a police officer?
My Lord, what it means is that when a victim is before us for investigation, we should be humane in our approach to the investigation. Talk calmly to the victim, console her, reassure her, and not just to blame her. And tell her that with us, she will get justice, or the victim will get justice. And this is what we have been doing. Our role in this GBV issue has been to arrest and investigate, obtain evidences, prepare them, and forward them for prosecution. The VAP law says rape and defilement goes to high court only. But we, the police and the lay prosecutors, we still prosecute other cases at the magistrate court. Though at any time, the DPP will come and take them over. But we commence the prosecution at the magistrate court, where the DPP will now come and take over. This is what we have been doing.
Okay. There was also, during the course of the lecture, there was also reference to the fact that when fingerprints, you have you mentioned fingerprint experts and crime scene, but he also said that there's actually no crime scene investigation taking place. So how do you see a situation where violent crimes are reported and then you are not able to investigate crime scenes? How do you handle such situations?
My Lord, for a very long time, we are aware that there are 2 methods of investigation. You have the traditional method and the scientific method. We have been relying on the traditional method of investigation so far. 1, the victim will be caught at the scene, and mostly they will do confessional statements. Yes, no, the perpetrator, the suspect will be caught at the scene. And the victim will unequivocally be pointing hand at that person. You did this to me, you did this to me, you did this to me. Mostly, we go by circumstantial evidence. Even the doctor's report will always say there is penetration, there is absence of hymen. But the report will not indicate the person and the time the hymen was broken. So we use circumstantial evidence. The opportunity of the perpetrator being seen with the victim as at the time the incident occurred will pin it on you. that the victim is saying, it is you, it is you, it is you, it is you. Whom else do we say? About all the people in the whole world, she is saying, it is you, it is you, it is you. So we rely on that. So we don't need much fingerprint evidence because you were arrested at the scene. Maybe it happened in your parlor or in your room. So we have other evidences to go beyond the fingerprint. So it is not a barrier to us in investigation of SGB cases for now.
Thank you very much. Mr. Iwo, what do you have to say to that?
Well, my Lord, it is true that he had talked about traditional method of investigation, but we believe that more need to be done in ensuring that we embrace the scientific method of investigation, because science does not lie. And then once you garbage in, it is what you garbage in that you garbage out. And then, of course, as God will have it too, we have our SAC center, which the police can also explore. I know that the investigative arm of the Nigerian police, headed by our own DC, who is here, is doing so well in that direction. But the point that I needed to make, because of time I couldn't make it to, is the fact that complainants have challenges, particularly when they approach the police to report that an offense has been committed, particularly that they've been violated. You see them kind of taking either the back seat or having doubts as to whether or not investigation will actually turn out to, of course, give them what they desire. And when investigation is wrongly done or conducted, like the AIG retired talked about, of course, be rest assured that the case itself is dead. Once there is poor investigation, there is nothing the State Council can do in court. No matter what the advocacy that we put in to say, oh, look, ensure that this man is prosecuted. Even if the larger society comes around, if you like, carry placards and stay in front of the High Court, the judge will work with the evidence that is before him. Thank you, my Lord.
You know, in the investigative approach, you know, the beautiful thing about intelligence gathering or gathering of evidence is that it proves beyond any iota of doubt whether an SGB offense was committed. You know, because actually, you know, we all know that it's also possible for people to just lay claims on people and say, oh, somebody did certain things to them. But when there is an investigation, when there is forensic establishment of the fact that that actually was done, then there's no denial anywhere. There's definitely no denial anywhere. But when you now say you now rely on traditional means of investigation at a time like this, at a time like this, is a far cry, and it's really very, very important that we really need to see how we start doing things the right way. If somebody said there was something was put in her mouth, maybe a male organ was put in her mouth, the investigation should start right from there. Yeah. It should start right from there and nowhere else. If the samples cannot be taken from her mouth, then you can't get them anywhere else. So there has to be corroboration with this, with the scientific evidence that you get to establish the actual assertion that a crime took place. So for somebody to say, oh, he did it, just insisting is not enough in this day and age. And I believe, like what Mr. Iwo said, that, you know, if we had had more of the security agencies here, perhaps this would really be very, very much of a take-home for them, because we need to know that you need to do a little much more, need to be more sensitive to gathering the evidence at the very, very beginning of the case, because that is where the case is won or lost. Because if you don't get the evidence at the very, very beginning, there's nothing you are going to prove before the law court. So, Mr. Ogumba.
Yes, my lord.
I will still ask you another question. Before we throw it to the audience, if you have any questions, you just signify, then we'll let you come in with your contributions. It says, when you have the investigators and prosecutors, between the investigators and prosecutors, you know, there's always this back and forth blame game between investigators and prosecutors. As a police officer, what have you done on your part to make sure that that bridge between you and the prosecutor is not there when it comes to investigating crimes, investigating SGBVs? As an investigator now, what have you done to bridge the gap between you and the prosecutor?
Yes, my lord. The First Lady, who is the chairperson of the GBV Management Committee, has organized trainings for investigators, series of trainings for investigators. Then ROLAC, on its part too, have organized trainings for prosecutors, police-led prosecutors, and investigators, where the rudiments of criminal investigation were all taught in those lectures. And we have friendly rapport with the office of the DPP. They have also come to lecture us on our investigation procedure to make sure that all those points that needed to prove that the offense has been committed are all touched and recovered as an evidence during investigation. And more so, we are still planning to organize further training for police investigators to make sure that our cases are not just thrown out from the courts. My lord, as a point of to remind you, not that we just use traditional method in all the GBV matters. They go to the SAC center for test. Total reports are obtained, which we have been using to win so many cases. We don't just rely on traditional method only. We still use scientific method to test samples, blood samples, sperm samples, and other items recovered at the scene of crime. We now add it up with other evidences to support our cases, and we have been winning. We have been winning, my lord.
Thank you very much. Are there any contributions from the...
Thank you. Your Excellency,
and
the Attorney General, Commissioner for Justice, the Solicitor General, all protocols duly observed. My Lord, like the OC Legal said, we had training for the security agencies on investigation of gender-based violence crime. And the OC Legal was the resource person. A manual was developed too by the GBV Management Committee. And those manuals were given out on investigation. Today we've had this refresher course. I think there is a general problem in the country where we don't do things right. And we need, aside appealing to people, because there's no accountability in our system, we are where we are. Because if you're a police officer, you're here today, you've received this lecture and you've been trained before, we have to appeal that we start using all of these tools for our investigation. Institutional failure, because we need to provide for people that are working. Like forensic, we just came back, the legislative arm from Kigali. That was a country that was at war as at 1994. But by deliberate and intentional effort, people becoming patriotic, they have changed their narrative. So Nigerians, if we don't change, we will perish. There is, because we've been having a lot of training from international donors. Now for the police in Edo State here, I'm happy the DCP is here, Osiligo is here. When you have your cases for medical reports and treatment for victims of gender-based violence, please send them to the GBV center. The center is underutilized. The doctor is ready to come to the court to give medical evidence without you paying any one kobo. But when you go elsewhere, we are having complaint that before the police doctor will come to the court, you have to pay 5,000 naira, pay 10,000 naira. So when you have facility and you are a member of this committee, sir, do well to use our facility. Thank you.
I've been told that we don't have so much time on the interaction. So let's just take this back. You know, like the SAC is there. The SAC is a one-stop shop for all of this. The police is there. We have, I think we have psychologists there. We have all these social workers there. We have everybody that is needed. And for the first responders, they are there. So if evidence even needs to be collated, they can even be the first people to get some of these evidence that you would eventually need the police. So sometimes when they come to the police station, like what I think I heard, was it Malawi or South Africa, where they said they have to use the vehicle to take them to the referral, the center where you. So take them to the SAC center. If they come to the police station, take them to the SAC center where they can get immediate medical and all of the other treatments they needed, instead of like, keeping them there and time is wasting for collation of DNA and all that important material. Because like we said, the elements of the offenses are all there. And like, you know, he said something that in the old criminal codes, the elements of the offenses were easily spelled out. But these days you have to go. I was telling my friend here that these days you have to go to interpretation section to go and get what this means. So sometimes they need to know the elements of these offenses. And because they need to know the elements of these various offenses, it may be difficult for the police to really know what to prove at the very, very initial moment. But then, if you take these people to the SAC center, at least the first samples are taken. Once we start from there, we can't get it wrong. We definitely can't get it wrong. I want to thank Our Excellency for coming this evening to spend time with us, the whole of the panel, our panelists, and I think our host. And thank you all for having us. Do you have any more thing to say?
Thank you very much. Something I wanted to say is that cases of SGBV, usually, almost 90% of these cases have history. There is a history of a relationship between the victim and the perpetrator. And in most cases, the perpetrator is somebody close to the victim. So most times, this history, because you know in the whole world, Nigeria loves social media past anybody. We put everything on social media. So you will discover that the history of this relationship is documented in WhatsApp, in Instagram, in Facebook, in this thing. So, and that is why we said do a risk assessment first. The risk assessment will tell you where to look for as a police officer. Don't just rush into investigation. Collect the phones, immediately get the phones before deletion starts. And then you get all the information you get from the phone. I mean, that is also technical, and it's accepted. I mean, my lord, it's accepted. All those informations are accepted.
And he said something very important. He said we don't investigate circumstantial evidence. He mentioned it. Circumstantial evidence should be looked into. It should be investigated also, because when you put circumstantial evidence together, it's a whole lot of evidence that does not lie. Thank you very much.
Please a round of applause for this distinguished panel. And I would invite our Honorable AG again for another. Okay, and the First Lady, if you can do us the honors of taking picture with this distinguished panel. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Please a round of applause as they come down. Thank you so much. We quite enjoyed listening to that panel discussion, and you brought the lesson home better for us. Thank you very much. And we're going to go to the final session of today. And before we go into that, I want you to give yourself a round of applause. This is actually like one of the best set of participants I've seen. You know, I know that there was noise in the hall, but the noise is not a bad thing if you look at it from the positive side. It means that the conversation going on here has generated, you know, reactions. You know, it was better than what was happening at the tribunal last week. Thank you. It's better than sleeping. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Yes. So we're going to do the last session, which is the sixth session. And it is imperatives of medical documentation and forensic analysis of sexual assault evidence. And we have our presenter who has been here since, and of course, her cognate experience is something that you are going to look forward to in this last presentation. It's no other person than Dr. Mrs. Elizabeth A. Iyamojo. She's instructor of forensic law, Center for Forensic Program and DNA Studies, University of Benin. A lot of things have come up about the issue of forensic, so we are now going to hear from, I don't want to say the horse's mouth, because she doesn't look like a horse, but we're going to hear from Dr. Elizabeth's mouth. Thank you.
The Honorable Attorney General, Her Excellency, the Solicitor General, my Lord, let me also use this opportunity to mention my mentor here, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, former Commissioner of Ministry of Social Development and Gender Issues. She was my teacher in secondary school. She was once my teacher, always my teacher, and she was instrumental in my joining FIDA. And since I joined FIDA, it's been enlightening. Let me say the least, not to say the least, enlightening. Please permit me, in the words of, is it Chimamanda Adichie now, or Peter Obi, His Excellency Peter Obi, permit me to lie down on the existing protocol, because a lot of persons have been standing on it since. So let me lie down. My title is The Imperatives of Medical Documentation and Forensic Analysis of Sexual Assault Evidence. Okay, so in this paper we will be dealing with, our aim would be to explore the critical role of medical documentation and forensic analysis in sexual assault cases. It is hoped that this paper would enhance justice and support for survivors. Now, we know sexual assault is not something that is new to us. We know the statistics. It is widespread. It transcends geographical, cultural, and social boundaries. So we find that the same way we are complaining about sexual assault in Nigeria, they are doing the same thing in the United States of America, in South Africa. Our sister from Malawi is here. It's everywhere. Now, it is not something that is suffered by only the poor, but the rich also cry. The wealthy, the influential, there have been some, even judges in some instances have faced sexual assault. So, it's a crime that transcends different boundaries. 1 in 3 women, according to statistics, has experienced sexual assault in her lifetime. That's in the world. In Nigeria, statistics say that about 25% of females have experienced sexual assault before the age of 18. However, apart from the physical and psychological impact on survivors, sexual assault poses a unique set of challenges for the criminal justice system. This is one offense where you find people don't want to talk about it. Or the person, the victim or the survivor speaks about it, and then the family says, no, don't talk. You see, one of our presenters, our presenter, I think Mrs. Vivor from Lagos, said something about a situation where the community even started doing sacrifices, although we didn't hear the end of that experience. Now, these challenges, they are unique. So sexual assault cases are different. You also have situations where the person knows the person who is assaulting her, but does not want to complain. Like in the case of spousal rape, where you know the husband is raping the wife, but she cannot complain. Or because, well, it's my husband. Then if we look at it, domestic violence generally, we have issues relating to domestic violence. You see this woman is suffering, but she cannot actually do something about it because it might mean the end of her marriage. Or she decides to do something, and like the AIG said in the home video, Nigeria home video, the woman says, if I had reacted the way you are reacting now, you will not be here. I will not still be in this marriage. Go back to your husband's house. And at the end of the day, maybe the person dies. So the set of challenges that we find with sexual assault cases is actually distinct from other kinds of crime. It makes it unique. These challenges create a need for accurate, thorough, and ethically conducted medical documentation and forensic analysis for sexual assault evidence. And it is at this intersection that the medical profession meets up with the forensic scientists or analysts and even the lawyers to help resolve the challenges and help to strengthen the legal system. In this case, we are talking about the Nigerian legal system. A lot of things have been said. We've heard a lot of things about what happens in US, in Malawi, in South Africa, but we are going to be talking about, the Nigerian legal system. So today we are going to be looking at the role of medical documentation in sexual assault cases. What is this role? We know that ordinarily, when a rape is committed, the first point of call is to go to the hospital. Sometimes if the survivor actually goes to the police station and reports the case, the police say you have to go to the hospital. So when the survivor gets to the hospital, the first thing that the hospital does is to conduct an initial medical examination. And we have heard a lot being said today about the need for compassionate and comprehensive care. From the police, we don't discuss it from the police, but this is also essential with the medical personnel. Then there is a need for thoroughness and precision, because whether we like it or not, whether we are talking about forensic evidence or not, in sexual assault cases, unlike other crimes where you say the crime scene is Ugbowo or the crime scene is Atabudu, The crime scene for sexual assault most times is the body of the woman. So the crime scene is mobile, is moving around, it's not static. So in such a case, you find that the medical professional now, we are not even talking about the police officers, we are not talking about the forensic analysts. The medical professional is responsible for the collection of evidence. The medical professional has to collect physical or biological samples. These samples could be in the form of semen, it could be in the form of blood, it could be in the form of physical injuries, it could be saliva. So we also have trace samples on the body of the accused person, or of the survivor. You will find trace evidence. What are some of these trace evidence? You could find hair follicles. You could find a little bit of clots, a tear of clots, or anything that transfers from the assailant, the perpetrator, to the survivor. This is called trace samples. I guess maybe ahead I will give you some examples. Now, these trace samples, you will find that because they are at the point of collection, they have the enviable, it's not enviable, they have the onerous responsibility of being thorough and precise in collecting evidence. Because when we are talking about police collecting evidence now, in this case, the police are not the ones that are going to collect the evidence. So, we also have, in other crimes, we have SANEs, or sexual assault nurse examiners. I don't think we have that in Nigeria. But I did hear that when the AIG was talking about a training program for sexual assault cases, and said something, whether that's SGV.com or something. So I presume that is a form of specialized training for sexual assault cases. However, in foreign crimes, we have specialized training and certification of sexual assault nurse examiners. These people are specially trained to handle sexual assault victims so that they can pick those required evidence with thoroughness and precision. It is also necessary to be timely in the collection of this evidence. Because if they are not timely, what would happen is that the evidence, the biological sample, may degrade. We have situations of cases that did not come timely. For instance, we have the case of Pastor Fato Imbo and Busola Dakolo. The case was discussed, or it was eventually mentioned about 20 plus years after. The crime scene had not only been degraded, it had gone extinct. You understand? How do you collect evidence for such crimes? Then, when you talk about trace samples, there's a case in 1816 in Warwick of a situation where a young maid servant was killed. She was found in a shallow pond. And then the police investigators came, they took the body, and while they were collecting samples or evidence from that lady, they found some trace evidence. Some of those trace evidence could be sand particles, or it was actually a piece of corduroy. That corduroy cloth, and then there were some particles from a farm, wheat. So they looked around the shallow pond, and then they found that there was a farm around there. And then the piece of cloth, they used it to trace. They found a farm laborer. And then the farm laborer was wearing breeches. When they searched him, they found that the breeches had the same corduroy cloth. A piece of it was missing. So they were able to distinguish that this person was the person who committed the crime. They didn't need any other evidence. So it was instrumental. That was forensic science. Now, in providing evidence, now this these issues that I just talked about, the medical professional, in the course of documentation, they have to talk about physical injuries, biological samples, and these things, they link the perpetrator to the crime, like I said. Then, these things that we have also talked about, like this skin, sometimes a sexual assault victim scratches in the course of fighting, and then you find skin particles underneath the arm. These things identify the perpetrator, and then the medical professional is in an enviable position to look at the emotional or mental state of the victim at the point the person is seen. Then these things, they help to corroborate the testimony of the victim, and then they also, the medical professional identifies and treats health-related issues. Then these things that we have just talked about, they help the prosecutor or the legal, the prosecutor now, the law enforcement agency, to make legal decisions. Should this case be settled out of court, or should the person be charged? Should there be plea bargaining, or it affects the sentencing? What is the age of the person that was abused? It helps to make legal decisions. Please help me with the next slide, okay? Now, for the forensic analysis process, next slide, please. So for this process, it's important to note that aside from the fact that the forensic analyst does not collect those evidence, however, they are responsible for chain of custody of the evidence and the integrity. They have to make sure that there is a documented chain of custody. If the chain of custody is broken, then there's a problem when you get to court. Also, if there is no timely analysis and there are delays, it will result in degradation. Then, today, there are technological advancements that necessitate using specialized equipment, such as the use of emerging technologies like DNA analysis. And then you see, we talk about rape kits. Somebody talked about, I think the presenter from US, Mrs. Jackson, she talked about forensic examination kits. And that's the same thing as the rape kits. In foreign crimes, they have these rape kits. They have the forensic examination kits. These kits are there so that immediately a sexual assault is carried out, you can collect samples. When you collect those samples, you can analyze those samples and keep the evidence. Once you keep the evidence, even if it's years later that you find the person, when you find the person, you cannot catch the person. For instance, in the case of the grime sleeper, something happened in the 1980s. He killed several persons, but after in the 1990s, he went down, he went low, he retreated. So there was no way to find out anything about him. But in 2002, he came out again, and then he killed a teenage runaway. When he killed the teenage runaway, somewhere along the line, the laws now changed in 2010. They had been doing DNA searches to try to match his DNA, but they couldn't find him because they were using exact DNA matches. But this time, in 2010, the country, California, they changed their laws and allowed familiar searches. Familiar searches are searches that are not exactly 100% correct. Not 100%. That is, it's close. That is it's not it might be a family member, it might be anyone, it's not the exact match. Because of that familiar search that the law enabled, they were able to get a link. They got a hit on one Christopher Franklin. Christopher Franklin was in the prison for a crime. So when they saw that, they started watching the family of Christopher Franklin. In the course of watching the family of Christopher Franklin, they got a pizza crust from Lionel Jr. Franklin, the father of Christopher Franklin. When they did a match for Lionel Jr. Franklin, it was a hit. And that was where they caught the killer. So he was convicted for rape of over about 6 to 8 persons at the time. Now, documentation of these injuries and evidence is also done through imaging. We have medical photography. We also have radiography. Yes. DNA analysis and profiling. We have seen advances in DNA technology like the polymerase chain reaction and the short tandem analysis. They've revolutionized forensic science to the extent that with these fluids, skin cells, bodily fluids, you can identify perpetrators. And then cold cases, like I just talked about, cold cases are resolved through databases. And that is what was used in the case of Lionel Richie Jr. Then we also have trace evidence and toxicology. Sometimes forensic analysis can help you beyond DNA. It can help you to determine whether the person, that's the victim now, that's the survivor, whether the person had the ability to give consent or did not have the ability. For instance, was the person given a substance, a chemical substance that enabled the person to lose the capacity to give consent? That's toxicology. Then that's also what is discussed under drug-facilitated sexual assault. Then we have digital forensics or electronic evidence. The AIG talked about this. Today, you use the social media for everything. If a crime is committed and you collect the phone, like he said, immediately, you can use WhatsApp, you can use social media to be able to say, hey, for instance, there was a case some time ago in Port Harcourt. They said a young lady was looking for a job. And in the course of a job, but as she was going, she was messaging persons and saying, I'm here now, I'm going here. That case was blown wide open due to social media because they tracked her. If not for social media, they would not have known anything. And so it's also used for history and then circumstantial evidence. What are the challenges to evidence collection? We have delayed reporting, we have lack of awareness, we have survivor reluctance to come forward, absence or lack of forensic skills. Like the AIG said, the former AIG said, they don't do any forensic or crime scene investigation, but I beg to differ. You see, forensic science incorporates a whole lot of things. Sometimes we think about it only in terms of the scientific, but it's not that. At a conference that I attended in Okwa, I had the opportunity of holding a position. You say forensic science and you are looking at construction of crime scene. But when we have accidents in Nigeria, you go to the MDT or something, and then they come, they look at the crime scene, they use chalk, they draw it, they do this. It might be a crude method, but it is forensic science because they are doing it with mathematics. It's not mathematically accurate. It's a crude form. They are reconstructing the crime scene. The white man might do the reconstruction of crime scene digitally, but we are doing it at our level. So let's try and build on our level. And then, what are the factors responsible for these challenges? We know about fear. I'm not going to bother about this because we are all into SGV issues and we understand them. The fear, the stigma, societal attitudes, the cost of prosecution. But I'm going to talk about the lack of enabling legislation. We do not have enabling legislation for forensic science practice in Nigeria. If you look at the repealed Nigerian Police Force Act, Section 30 of it talks about fingerprinting. If you look at the ACJA, Section 15 talks about fingerprinting. If you look at the new Nigerian Police Force Establishment Act, Section 68, they talk about fingerprinting, but they confine that fingerprinting to the identification of a suspect at the police station. Check it. Investigate it. And as lawyers, we all know what the principle is. Express exclusion. Express mention is an express exclusion of all other things. So we find that the use of fingerprinting that has been mentioned in our legislations only talk about using those things for identification at the police station. So you find that even when they were amending the Nigerian Police Force, they didn't look at that. There's nothing relating to forensic science in any of our crime-based legislations. So there is a need for us. There have been different attempts, but none of our attempts have gone to fruition. There is a CCTV Act, there are Forensic Science Act, but at the end of the day, none of them have gone to fruition. It just means that we do not have a political will to enact enabling legislation in this regard. However, we have political will to enact laws that enable us marry underage wives and stuff like that. So, forensic analysis of sexual assault evidence is a complex and multifaceted process. It requires collaboration of skilled forensic experts, adherence to strict protocols, access to cutting-edge technology and techniques. And then the accurate and ethical analysis of evidence is central to the pursuit of justice and protection of survivors' rights. What is this teamwork, multidisciplinary approach? We have the medical professionals, law enforcement agents, we have the forensic experts. All these people have to work hand in hand to enable justice for the survivors. Now, the medical professionals, their roles extend beyond the initial medical exam. They have to provide essential care, ensure survivor confidentiality, and facilitate evidence collection. And then most people, it is these medical professionals that look at the state of the survivor. When they see the state of the survivor, you see the AIG was talking about, a retired AIG was talking about some survivors laughing, some are withdrawn, some have weird attitudes. But maybe the police officer they meet as first one, I will say, he just they laugh. You see, and this one not serious. Is it true? That is the psychological response of the person, and that is why I commend the Honorable Deputy Speaker for her efforts in actively requesting psychologists or psychiatrists in the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Issues back then. I don't know, I doubt it was successful then, but the SAC Center is giving us joy now on that score. Then forensic experts, they preserve and analyze evidence, and that is their forte. The preservation and analysis of evidence. Their skills are essential in maintaining the chain of evidence, chain of custody. They prevent contamination and conducting thorough and accurate analysis. Law enforcement agencies, they are responsible for investigating sexual assault cases. They gather evidence, interview witnesses, and build a case against the alleged perpetrator. So there needs to be a symbiotic relationship with these two. And I'm glad that the police officers are saying that they are doing their best. They are working in that guys. But they need to up the ante and improve what they are currently doing. Now, a survivor-centered care and support. It recognizes and addresses the trauma experienced by survivors. It is very essential to recognize it. So when you are using a survivor-centered approach, you have to think about the trauma-informed care. Look at this person and say, is this person okay? Let's deal with this. Then you seek the informed consent and of the survivor and then his agents. Then the survivor should be provided with clear information about the evidence collection process and their rights. This informed consent is paramount. Then confidentiality and privacy is key. We've discussed that before, so let me not go about it. What are the challenges and future direction? You see, we don't have rape kits in Nigeria, so we need to work on that. Then it's necessary for us to have more scientific laboratories, not just scientific laboratories, forensic lab. It is sad to say that we only have one forensic lab in the whole of Nigeria, one functional forensic lab. That's the Lagos State DNA and Forensic Laboratory based in Broad Street, number 48 Broad Street in Lagos. That's the only functional one, is by Lagos State government. An endeavor of this nature, every state of the federation needs to have at least one forensic laboratory. It is a necessity. Then, technological advancements and its impact. We have heard about what forensic science can do. Bearing in mind what it can do, there is a need for us to up the ante and ensure that our all the stakeholders involved, they know where to allow forensic science in. They know where to give chance. Not a situation where we are pinning the offense on the person. We cannot just pin the offense on the person. Rather, we have to ensure that the evidence leads there. There is a plethora of cases that tells us that circumstantial evidence is admissible in court, particularly when that circumstantial evidence leads with mathematical accuracy to the conclusion that that person committed the offense. So, to achieve all this, there is a need for us to ensure access to quality care and forensic services. We need to allocate resources to the endeavor. Forensic science, training, retraining, then creation or establishment of laboratories in all the states of the federation. Training and retraining, enactment of enabling laws. We need to enact enabling laws. And then we need commitment to survivor support. Now, when we're talking about training and retraining, we have to take note of the fact that it is not just when we talk about stakeholders in course of training and retraining, we need to know that it's not just law enforcement agencies, the prosecution or law officers or the judiciary. Those are not all the forensic experts or medical professionals. We need to also train those people out there. so that they don't go about destroying the crime scene before coming to report cases. A rape has just been committed on you and you say, I feel filthy, I feel violated, let me go and have my bath. Why? They need to know that they have to come out there. They also need to know that one of the strongest weapons they have is their fingernails, is their voice. So, before, if somebody is raping you, just make sure you scratch and carry the skin of that person and go away with that skin. It is enough to identify you. That's all. So training and retraining is not just for these stakeholders, but also for the society. Conclusion. The imperatives of medical documentation and forensic analysis are not static. They evolve with advancements in technology, changes in societal perceptions, and the tireless efforts of professionals dedicated to improving the response to sexual assault cases. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Elizabeth Yamojo, for that brilliant paper. We are very grateful. Without wasting much of our time and lying down on existing protocol, please we'll now call on the Solicitor General, Professor Faith Osadolo, to chair this session quickly. Thank you, sir. The discussants for this session are Dr. Neikari, Imuwaye Neikari, and Dr. Margaret Oyahiri. Dr. Imuwaye Neikari is the MD Stella Obasanjo Hospital, and Dr. Margaret Oyahiri is the MD of the Police Cottage Clinic. Thank you. The presenter for this paper will also be with them. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the First Lady of Edo State, the Honorable Attorney General, and I wish to stand on the existing protocols. I don't lie, I stand. I won't say that. I want to commend Dr. Mrs. Elizabeth Yamojo for the beautiful presentation. We are from the same department of public law in the University of Benin. And I'm impressed by her presentation. She gave a broad outlook of sexual assault. Her topic is medical documentation and forensic analysis of sexual assault evidence. And coincidentally, she used to teach evidence under me. She has given a very broad outlook of sexual assault. She examined the challenges in sexual assault cases. And she said we should get medical documentation in order to prove sexual assault cases. She started by telling us that we should get initial medical examination, and there should be a nexus between evidence garnered and legal decisions that are made. And substantially, she made recommendations. So we should leverage on the crude methods of collection of forensic evidence. And at that point, I thought of the Supreme Court decision in Ames Transport Nigeria Limited and Madam Matinuke Martins that dealt with admissibility of evidence as it relates to hearsay evidence. And I'm sure we'll recall in that decision that once we garner that crude method of evidence, policemen go to the road, mark the roads, and draw a sketch. At the point of admissibility, the Supreme Court said in that case that it gravitates towards hearsay evidence if they submitted at that level. But she said we should leverage on it. In other words, we can improve on it and garner such forensic evidence. And she also recommended that there's no legislation on forensic evidence. In other words, we should work towards getting legislation in that direction. Especially now when we are privileged to have
the Right Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Edo State House of Assembly with us. So thank you very much. We have our discussants here. Yesterday I said that discussants should always note that the duty of a discussant is to discuss the presentation and not to go on a frolic. At least get an overview of what has been presented, determine whether there are gaps, get us to know your perspectives, and at least if you have some panaceas for what the issues are. So now I'll hand over to the discussants to discuss the presentation. Where are we starting from? The first discussant. Okay. Oh, you have. Thank you. Kickstart. You can use this.
Thank you, everyone. Excellency, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I want to thank the presenter for a wonderful topic. At the police hospital, we've been seeing defilement cases, rape cases for a long time. Let me first say that I am the only police doctor in the state, so I have to employ other doctors, medical officers who I actually train and put them through trainings for us to be able to attend to those people. We have a functional lab, so we actually get evidence. We've had cases where we've actually seen spermatozoa in people that were raped, and we had actually gone to court to give evidence. We've won a lot of cases for the state, and I know a lot of doctors can attest to that. The only challenge we have at the police hospital is funding, because most of these people have to pay out of pockets because we are not funded for sexual-based violence. And apart from the funding, it would be a nice thing if we could actually collaborate with the SAC Center, because I have a passion for gender-based violence. Dr. Nekai, when I'm not in the state, I'm out of the state, I quickly call her that please can you be there for me, and she's done a lot to that. She's also trained, and apart from that, we need to create more awareness for these people that are violated. We need to create more awareness because majority of them don't come out in time, as she said. Some of them come after months, and the only thing you see is that the hymen is missing. When you talk about the psychological state of the victims, I've had to keep a particular young lady at the hospital for a month. And I think Mrs. Ronke can attest to that. We had to keep this girl. She was raped, assaulted. She had bruises all over her body. She was gang raped at Edo North. They had to bring her down to Benin. She was with us for a month. We took care of her. When she was leaving, she was completely healed. And she went back. I think the people actually got, I think Braveheart was in that matter, and the people actually got life or death sentence. I don't know who was there, but they said they had gone to the appeal court. I want to specifically appreciate this presenter because she has covered a lot today. If we could collaborate more, I think we'll win more cases. It's about winning cases. Because when they come to me, when I see them, the first thing I do a psychological assessment for them. As you're talking to me, I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you, I'm looking at your reaction with the people around to find out if there's something going on. In instances, I've had to ask them to leave and leave just myself and the victim so that she could actually open up to me. I've had cases where people had been accused of being the culprit, but when you speak to these young ladies, they'll tell you it is not that person, it's the person that is with me in the house. So I think if we could put it out there, talk to them, I think it would be better. Then for the police hospital, yes, we had medical officers that were asking for money because to them, going to court, yes, they felt it was not part of their responsibility because I had, on my own, had to give them money on my own. But how long can I continue that? So at that point in time, we had to write, and we had to start sending all the cases to SAC Center. Police hospital runs 24 hours. We have doctors, 3 shifts. We have trained nurses. So if we could collaborate, I think we'll win more cases. I think it'll be better for the state. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll go to the second discussant.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, High Excellency. And I'll follow suit by saying I stand on the existing protocol. Permit me to be a bit biased. I think the last topic was the one I enjoyed the most in the last 2 days. Yes. My name is Dr. Imoahe Neihare. I'm a consultant family physician in Edo State government health sector. Now, I thoroughly enjoyed it because mostly it was clinical. There was a particular explanation you were struggling with, and while you were talking, I was writing down something. You gave a scenario about somebody who committed an offense, and he went on for years. He flew under the radar for some time. Then he came back. They traced it here and there. What it's actually called is called bloodline genealogy. Now, what that means is that somebody, the person that committed the offense could have died. But if you are able to trace a family member, you will now be able to use your DNA to trace. Genealogy means like family tree. Yes, you'll be able to trace it. Even in saner climes, there are very few places that do it. In America, it's like a new thing. It's not every state in America that it's done. It's quite interesting, and if we could get something like that in Nigeria, it would be fantastic, right? And your presentation was very exposing, and yes, Sir said for obvious reasons. Yes, for obvious reasons. Ours is mainly clinical. When the patient comes to the hospital, for example, our job is to make that patient feel at ease, be comfortable. We try as much as possible to be sensitive. Like our retired AIG said, you must be sensitive, you should be well trained, and be ready to listen. Not everybody has the expertise or has that inbuilt in them. Some of us are a bit impatient. But if you are impatient, you cannot be in that field, and you would never learn. When the patient comes in, you make the patient feel at ease. You get a chaperone. That is very important. That was where the last speaker talked about trained nurses when it comes to gender-based violence. There are nurses that are actually trained. You get them as chaperone while you ask your questions and you examine. If the child is less than 18, there must be somebody there, because you need to take consent from either the parent or the guardian. Above 18, we consider adults. So we could ask you if there's anybody you want to be by your side while we ask you the questions. Now, our job is not to investigate, even though we do a little bit of investigating, as in medical investigation. We are also, if they present on time, because that's where we have our biggest challenge, they come late. And they come late, and the reasons they give, oh, I didn't think it was necessary until one day person just tell me this. I just decided to come 2 months after. So the mobile evidence that we have is dead. You come 2 months after, okay, where am I going to find the semen? It's all gone. And most people, the first thing that comes to their mind when things like that happen is, I want to go and scrub myself clean. And they scrub off everything. Now, I would say Nigeria is a country that is blessed with professionals, very intelligent people. We are ready to do the work, but the problem is awareness. What are they to do when this thing happens? Do they know that they should come straight to the hospital? Do they know that there are human evidence to quickly take if it's blood sample, semen, whatever it is? And like the last speaker said, time is of the essence. So if we don't come on time, there's really nothing much we can do. Yes, there's only one forensic lab in the whole of Nigeria, but there are other things we can do before we actually get to that stage. A few things here and there. Collect sperm, look at it under the microscope, and we are able to match DNA and all of that. But most importantly, awareness, I think, is our biggest problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We have heard from the presenter, the main presenter. We have heard from the discussants. I think at this juncture, we may need some questions from the participants. Just a few questions. Questions, please, or none? Okay, there's somebody there. Okay, Father.
Your Excellency, and I'm starting on the existing protocol. This is very interesting with the way forensic examination should be done. You know, this case we are talking about, SGBV, it happened in rural area, like Akoko Edo, Uromi, and all. Sometime before we even get to know, that day we are carrying out sensitization in rural community. I have 30 community-based human rights club to continue and educate the people on what to do. But oftentimes we have primary health care center. And when it happens in those rural areas, before they will even go, they will not. But I want a situation where the police and the SARS center can also have some training. Although SARS center has some on location in local government, but I want every local government to have some center that continue to carry out this awareness so that they will carry out these forensic tests. Although we try to engage the doctors in Edo Central, or the doctors in the public general hospital, so that they will know cases like this when it happens to give proper documentation on such issue. But I still want you, as police officer and police department, to involve the primary health center. Such cases happen, they should refer to proper hospital.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes. Give to her.
Thank you very much. My name is Tina Sajwa from Ministry of Justice. Standing on the existing protocol, looking at the panel, I observed that Dr. Oyahire from the Police Cottage Hospital, Dr. Inekari also from the Police Cottage Hospital. Okay, and I was thinking that the doctor from the SAC Center wasn't represented, and I noticed that most of the recent cases, that's since the inception of the VAP law, most of the cases now goes to the High Court. And some of the recent cases, I noticed that the doctors that go for evidence are doctors from the SAC Center. And I feel the doctors from the police cottage hospitals are mostly coming for the old cases. And I was thinking if there's a way that we can synchronize the both facilities in such a way that we can have maybe stronger experience and more harmonized working relationship between both. That's my observation. Thank you.
Any other questions so that can get the response together?
Okay, sir.
Two more questions. Two more questions, please, very quickly.
Your Excellency, I permit me to please stand on executive protocol. Melody Omosa from the Ministry of Justice. A lot have been said about awareness, and I know that the doctors that spoke, and part of the speaker and those in the panelists, theirs is to document evidence. But is it not possible for them to also include sensitization as part of their work? And what I have in mind is to target schools where we have our children at the basic secondary level and sensitize them what to do in the unfortunate situation that they happen to be a victim, what they must do to preserve this evidence. I think that we must take deliberate steps to take this down.
Hold on, please.
Thank you.
I hope you are aware that the First Lady has been doing much of that in Edo State.
Okay, that's good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The last question. The last question. Bring it this way now. No, we have heard your voice before.
I just want to.
Let
another
person.
As a participant.
We have heard. There's a lady here. There's a lady here.
Your Excellency, permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I'm Esther Osayame Adu. I just want to use this opportunity because a lot has been said about the SAC Center, everybody goes to the SAC Center. In the SAC Center, we just have one medical doctor. And when we call on her to come and give evidence, she will tell you, I'm in the High Court, I'm going to Iguabazuwa, I'm going to Okada, I have an emergency. So we just keep adjourning, and that is affecting cases in the magistrate court. These are the cases that we started with before the implementation of the VAP law. So please, I want to use this opportunity to make an appeal. Thank you. For more doctors, for more employment of more doctors, and for doctors that she can train. She should train more doctors that can come to court to give evidence, because we need to win these cases. Thank you.
I like your passion. Okay, just one last person.
Your Excellency, please permit me to rely on the already well-established protocol. My name is Odabi Kingsley. Let me say that except the procedure has changed, what I know of it is that where there are infractions on SGBV cases, the position of the police is that it must be investigated essentially at the headquarters. And so I have heard the last two speakers stress timely report, which also presaged timely investigation. And what I have come to notice is that the period between when, for instance, a case is reported at Igara, and then the victims and the earlier police officers coming to the headquarters, time indeed would have gone. Mine is a suggestion that there is a need to indeed decentralize this investigation procedure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Then we'll ask the police doctor to first respond to that one quickly, because that will aid the investigation and ultimately prosecution. Before we give to the presenter. Oh, you have to answer. Okay, please go ahead. Give him the microphone. You need permission to speak.
He has permitted me.
Permission granted.
Yes. Sorry, ma'am. You see, the state CID is the highest investigative body within the state. We have the area command headquarters and the divisional police headquarters and outposts, and they are scattered all over the state. Now, with the advent of VAP law, it became mandatory that rape cases are to be prosecuted at the High Court. Now, it is only at the headquarters here that we have the legal section of the police, where police lawyers are to vet these cases, not to investigate to say, per se, to vet the case files and take them to court. We have 3 criminal divisions in the state here. Benin Division, Criminal Division, Ubiaja, Criminal Division, and the Auchi. So anything that happens in Edo North, we go to Auchi. Happens in Edo Central, we go to Ubiaja. Now, these cases happen, if it, for instance, happened at Tegara, where Braveheart is, it will take them about a week or so. They will start preliminary investigation at the divisional level where the matter was reported first. Coming to us is for prosecution. But before we now prosecute, we're expected to do re-investigation so that our own IPO at the state CID level can also give evidence to support what the divisional IPO have done. So before you get it to us, time has gone. You cannot recover the semen, but if maybe like torn pants, torn cloth, or that's all I say, we mostly rely on circumstantial evidence. That's what I wanted to say. We will now...
Hold on. Please. You are making the same point with the last speaker. He is saying that in view of the nature of these cases, can it be decentralized? That's the point he's making. And please, don't be too strong on your reliance on circumstantial evidence. We know that what is preferable is direct evidence. And that mathematical precision that you talk about, plethora of cases, in most cases you don't get that mathematical precision. So it is when you are unable to get direct evidence that you go, you know.
So the SAC Center is here in the Benin City here. Before they will come all the way from Megara, time has lapsed.
So no solution?
So the solution is what Her Excellency already established SAC Center in each health centers of the state.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. So the presenter will respond to the other questions.
Thank you very much. On this issue of, I see a lot of the questions were about delayed reporting, timeliness and all that. I mentioned earlier that the medical practitioners or professionals, they are the first point of call, so they are the ones that harvest evidence. However, let's not let that phase us. As law enforcement agencies, you need to be on your feet. You need to look for ingenious ways to investigate your cases. As law enforcement agencies, there's a term called agent provocateur. As an agent provocateur, you go close to the perpetrator and you sometimes instigate something to enable that person speak to you or pass information to you. It could be in the form of just giving him an information and he starts to run helter-skelter. In trying to defend himself, he makes a mistake. Now, there are 2 live cases. I first told you about Busola Dakolo's case with Pastor Fato Imbo, which had resulted in the obliteration of the crime scene after over 20 years. However, a movie maker told us or showed the police that she knows how to do the right thing. That's why I said the law enforcement agents need to be ingenious. We have the case of Iyabo Ojo. Iyabo Ojo's daughter or ward was raped by another actor. And then she didn't hear about it until long after it had happened. What did she do when she was informed by her ward? She invited the perpetrator to the house. She stylishly left the perpetrator and the victim in the sitting room. And then she made sure that there was a CCTV camera there. At the end of the day, the man made attempts. And in the course of making the attempts, he spoke. And then she got credible evidence, even after the crime scene had been obliterated the first time. So, law enforcement agents need to think outside the box. There is a need for, we can even use lie detectors. Lie detector tests. Ordinarily, the credibility of lie detector test is questionable. However, if you call a person to the police station and make him sit and do a lie detector test for him, whether he passes or fails, you are shaking him. He runs back home. He starts to run helter-skelter. He might make a mistake. Every contact leaves a trace. That is Lockhart principle. We need to do more. Law enforcement agencies, we need to up our game. Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this juncture, from the presenter and the participants, we now know that we have gone beyond the age of it is you, it is you, it is you. In order for us to ensure we get our conviction. So we thank the presenter and the discussants for the job well done. Thank you very much.
You want to take your picture with the AG? And excellent. And we have come to the end of this workshop. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just thought to say a few words before I dash out. Whilst you're all standing with me, support me. I said you should stand with me and you're leaving. What's a hurry? Indeed, we have come to the end of this very useful, very valuable, very exciting and worthwhile workshop. I cannot thank the Attorney General enough and the members of the officials of the Ministry of Justice, all of the resource persons, my friend Grace and co, who are still around, Ebele, a very able, capable moderator of the entire workshop. I want to thank all of the participants. I appreciate the members of my GBV committee who had just a last minute information of this workshop and have made it here. I must say that we've learned a lot. That's the whole essence of having these workshops. This has been so informative and so, what's the word now? Interrogative. It's spurring every one of us. Somebody just said on the panel that we need to do more. OC Legal, Nigerian Police, you need to do more. Not just you. Even I standing here needs to do more. That's the realization we've all come to. Everybody needs to do more. Attorney General, you are new. You've started off on a grand good, giving us a grand good start. But you and your staff also need to do a lot more. So when every one of us does
what we need to do, especially you members of the Gender-Based Violence Committee. We all need to be up and doing, up our game, think outside the box, be ingenious, and catch as many perpetrators as possible. Convictions, convictions, convictions. That is the only real deterrent. So let's focus on that. And just to answer a few of the queries that came up, we have had sensitizations across the state, and it's ongoing. It's not a one-off thing. We have a weekly established radio program where we go discuss GBV issues on a weekly basis, all to sensitize and inform people I think we have it in different dialects as well. Some jingles we have in different, and in Pidgin English across the states on radio, not on TV alone, so people who can't afford TVs would also get to hear. Then we had also inaugurated our school, at the secondary school level, school GBV clubs. So where all the schools across Edo State have, practically all of them have GBV clubs, and we have GBV champions who look out for, the incidents in school and report them to the appropriate authorities with certain protections that we give these children. So this is what we've done so far, but we've only just started. This is just the start. That's the reason why we need to have more and more trainings, seminars, and workshops like that, like this, to enlighten us, to ginger us, to equip us and empower us with the knowledge we need and the tools we require to do what we need to do to give our state and our citizens a saner environment and society to live and thrive. So thank you all so very much. God bless you. We'll have more of this. Our Attorney General is a definite he for she. And we're happy that we have somebody who shares our passion and our verve to fight gender-based violence. We keep talking about rape cases. It's not only rape. All manner, emotional, psychological, financial, all sorts. So let's watch out for every one of those. And I wish you all safe travels back to you very soon. God bless.
I think before Her Excellency takes her leave, we should really show appreciation for all the time she spent with us yesterday and for coming back today. I don't think this has ever happened in this state. So can you please show appreciation to her? Thank you so much, Your Excellency. We appreciate you, and we hope when we call on you again, you will support us and kindly convey our good wishes to His Excellency. Tell him what you have experienced here today and how we are determined to continue this fight against this scourge. Thank you so much. We really sincerely appreciate you. Thank you.
Please, you may be seated. We're going to just do the... I hope you know you're supposed to collect your certificate and everything. So please just sit down. Lunch is ready. So we'll do the closing. Let us wait for the Attorney General to come in. While we are waiting for the Attorney General to come in, on behalf of AGA-Africa, I will be making the following closing remarks. Thank you very much. I know our time is fast spent, but in the next 10 minutes we are going to leave. Okay, this is a closing remark at the 2-day training workshop on breaking barriers, equipping agents of change, and building a future free from gender violence. And we want to appreciate very much the presence of His Excellency, Mrs. Bessie Obatseki, the First Lady of Edo State, for her passion, for her commitment to this fight. It has indeed been very illuminating and very encouraging. We also want to appreciate Honorable Attorney General, who the First Lady has recognized as a he for she. Please, a round of applause for him. We appreciate you so much. It has indeed been an honor to host this 2-day training workshop in collaboration with Edo State Ministry of Justice. This workshop, please, we are not yet ended. Please, a few more minutes so that we can go and have our lunch. This serves as an example of our shared commitment to taking gender-based violence to the next level in fighting it. Throughout this workshop, we have looked at various legal frameworks, investigative techniques, evidence gathering, preservation, presentation, among other areas. And we have embarked on this journey of acquiring knowledge and empowerment. And I am encouraged by how we have participated in this workshop. This workshop is not just about accumulating knowledge, it's about being the change agent and being the catalyst we need for the change we are looking for in our society. So indeed, we are not just going to be looking for materials. Please, can we stop sharing the certificates? Please, can we stop sharing the certificates? Please, if you are sharing certificates, please, can you stop? We have not finished. You are making the hall very rowdy. We are still going to have lunch. During lunch, we can pick up all our certificates, please. We want to appreciate our regional facilitators, Ms. Kensani Motileni from South Africa, and also Ms. Grace Wezi Jerry from Malawi. We also want to appreciate from AGA-Africa, our presenter from the US, Ms. Tony Jackson, who spoke to us from the District of Columbia. We appreciate you so much if you're still listening. We also want to appreciate all our national facilitators, retired AIG Iwa. Thank you so much, sir. We want to appreciate Professor Yinka Omoregbe. Her presentation last today, you will agree with me, was very enlightening. We also want to appreciate Mrs. Titilola Vivo Adeni, even though her presentation was marred by network failures, but indeed we are still able to get the gist of it. We also want to appreciate Mrs. Olufemi Olubusola Fatunde. She indeed joined us throughout today. She just left the platform a few minutes ago. I also want to appreciate Dr. Elizabeth A. Iyamu Ojo. Thank you so much. We appreciate you. All our panelists and our panel chairs, we are very, very appreciated. At AGA-Africa, we pride ourselves in organizing this impactful workshop. And at the back of your brochure, you will see our contact details. If there are other areas you want to collaborate with us on, please reach out to us. And of course, we would get back to you and agree on areas we can collaborate with you. We are committed to everything that has to do with the rule of law because we believe that in strengthening the institutions, we are able to combat these crimes. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I will be inviting the Honorable AG to give... Okay, it has ended. Please, the car key that was lost earlier is still lost. Maybe that car key is my this thing, my gift from Edo State. Yes, it's over there. So let us pray. We prayed when we are starting. In Jesus' name, Lord, we thank you. We appreciate you for these 2 days, for all we have achieved. As we go to our various destinations, we ask that you take us home. We are very grateful. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you. Your lunch is downstairs. Your feedback, please. AGA-Africa-Events.org. Can we project it? We need your feedback, please. Please, we need your feedback. Sister, please, the owner of the car key, they want to take away my gift. Thank you. Please, the feedback. Give us your feedback. I am begging for feedback. This is the gift you can give me, please. You have. God bless you. Please, give us your feedback. It's just on your phone, just on your data. Oh, thank you so much. God bless you. We have wonderful people in Edo State, I must note. Thank you so much. I appreciate the team that worked with me. Sister Lucy, very invaluable resource. Thank you so much, Joe. If you are not here, I wonder what we will do. Thank you so much. I appreciate Philomena Phillips, all the IT, the ushers, and all the indefatigable team from the Ministry of Justice. You have all just been so wonderful. Thank you so much. We appreciate the hard work that went into this. Thank you.
Thank you.